Good evening, everyone. We call this meeting to order at 6:07 p.m. I'd like to humbly acknowledge the land which we live, learn, work, and play is Treaty 8 territory, traditional lands of the Cree and Dene, and unceded territory of the Métis. And as we go in for the record, we have Councillor Ball and Councillor Weigel joining us via Teams. And councillors, if you could keep your cameras on for voting purposes, we can see your hand raised, please. And if anyone in attendance wishes to address council on any of the items on the agenda, please register now at the Legislative Services Desk located to my right, as well. I'll be calling upon those who have registered prior to that agenda item coming forward. And when you do come forward to speak, you have 5 minutes to present, staying on topic, and just start by saying your name for the record. Before we adopt the agenda, do we have anyone wishes to serve notice of motion? Councillor Grandison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I, Councillor Alan Grandison, serve notice of my intent to bring forward the following motion for Council's consideration at the April 23rd, 2024 Council meeting, that administration consider cost-efficient, effective opportunities to create pickleball courts in the community using current facilities such as outdoor rinks and/or tennis courts, and bring forward a report to Council which includes estimated costs.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. Do you have any other notice of motion? Councillor McGrath.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I, Councillor Keith McGrath, am serving the following motion and requesting that my colleagues dispense with the requirement to provide 7 days' notice in accordance with Section 114/B of the procedural bylaw, that the proposed motion may be debated this evening prior to the conclusion of the meeting. And if somebody's, if we're amicable, I want to add to that. I would like a recess. If we're going to debate it tonight, I'd like a recess beforehand. That the mayor be directed on behalf of council to exercise the powers of the municipality of Wood Buffalo, membership's rights to the Wood Buffalo Economic Development Corporation. The corporation to execute 2 written special resolutions of the member in a form approved by the mayor, amending the articles of association for the corporation in a form approved by the mayor, granting exclusive authority to the members in their sole discretion to appoint or terminate the appointment of the directors and officers for the corporation. Remove the right of any chair appointed as of April 9th, 2024 to be remunerated for their services, and other consequential amendments that the mayor determines necessary in his sole discretion to give effect to these changes. Terminating the appointment of all current directors and officers of the corporation, and appointing members of council and the COA as directors and on an interim basis, with the mayor holding the office of the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McGrath. And with that, we have a request to dispense notice of provision in the procedure bylaw and add this item to tonight's agenda. Can I have someone make the motion to dispense notice of requirements under Section 114 of the procedure bylaw? Councillor Grandison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Council dispense of the notice requirement under Section 114 of the procedure bylaw.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. And thank you for the second, Councillor Ball. I'll call for a vote. Councillor Weigel.
I'm for.
Thank you. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Can I have someone now make the motion to amend the agenda? Councillor Grandison.
I move that the agenda be amended by adding the following item.
Just a new item before presentations.
The new item, so just say that, the new item before presentation.
Sure, thanks.
That council waive requirement to serve notice related to the proposed additions and that the agenda be adopted as amended.
Thank you. And thank you for a second, Councillor Ball. Now I'll call for a vote.
For.
Thank you. Thank you. That's carried unanimously. Moving on to consent agenda. Does anyone wish to remove any items from the consent agenda? Not seeing any. Can someone make the motion? Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I move that the agenda be adopted as presented.
Thank you. Can I have someone second it? Thank you, Councillor Boussier. Call for a vote.
For.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. And that's carried unanimously. So right now we'll take a 5-minute recess as requested by Councillor McGrath. Or motion to move in camera, sorry. Councillor McGrath, is that a motion to move in camera or a recess? In camera. Thank you.
Just to be clear, Council, through the chair, we do need a mover and a seconder to move in camera, and we also need to understand for what purpose. So if it's under legal advice.
Okay. Can I have someone pass a motion to move in camera? Councillor Stroud? Oh, sorry.
Mayor Bowman, I move that council move in camera.
Thank you. Can I have someone second that motion? Thank you, Councillor Boussier. And a call for a vote.
For.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Can I have someone make the motion to reconvene in public? Councilor Benjoko.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that the meeting reconvenes in public. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have someone second that? Should be on the board.
Is the scribe working?
Can we have a seconder for that, please? Is yours on?
I'll second if it doesn't go through.
Okay, we'll have Councilor Weigel as seconder, and I'll call for a vote with a show of hands. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Now, someone make the motion to Councilor McGrath's motion. If you could go ahead, Councilor McGrath.
I guess through the chair, I guess the intent of the motion would be to take some more.
Councilor McGrath, want to just read the motion?
Read it
We'll
again?
just read it again, and we'll get a seconder.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Just the motion itself.
Oh,
please.
that's correct. I usually got to wait 2 weeks. We're ahead of schedule.
Thank you.
I, Councillor McGrath, Keith McGrath, am serving the following motion and requesting that my colleagues dispense with the requirement to provide 7 days' notice in accordance with Section 114B of the Procedure Bylaw, so that proposed motion may be debated this evening prior to the conclusion of council meeting. That the mayor be directed on behalf of council to exercise the powers of the regional municipality of Wood Buffalo's membership rights in the Wood Buffalo Economic Development Corporations, the corporation, to execute 2 written special resolutions of the member in a form approved by the member of the mayor, amending the Articles of Association for the corporation in a form approved by the mayor, granting exclusive authority to the members in their sole discretion to appoint or terminate the appointment of directors and the officers of the corporation. Remove the right to any chair appointed as of April 9th, 2024, and be remunerated for their services. And any other consequential amendments that the mayor determines necessary in his sole discretion to give effect to these changes. Terminating the appointment of all directors and officers of the corporation and appointing members of council and the COA as directors on an interim basis, with the mayor holding the office of chair.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath. Can I have someone second that motion? Is this going to work now?
Froze?
I'm sorry, Councillor.
No problem.
you out
Oh.
and log you in again.
Oh. You go the old-fashioned way. Use your hand. And there's no chance to wave.
Okay, so we have that cleared. So Councillor Cardinal seconded. You know, moving along with that, Councillor McGrath, would you like to speak to your motion? Yeah, just at your mic.
I've never been known for being quiet.
No, go ahead, Councillor McGrath.
Thank you, through the chair. This intent to bring this motion, I probably would have done that probably 2 years ago, because the whole intention of this organization is not to start with the garbage, is to start with our revenues that we can be cycling. And I think that in a world today, we have able-bodied. I don't see, we need to start folding down some of our external energies, because we need to brace ourselves for reality, and that we can have our own people that we had before and give them the wings to do their jobs. I know Jeff Penny and those guys, they weren't allowed past Keano College, but they could have done the job. And I spent the last 20 years building relationships across the country. And I've seen businesses move here without the introduction of our said par. And I've watched our vibrant community, you know, Northern Light Tours. The Japanese used to come here and make babies because they'd be smarter than me. River tours, Blair Jean, Brian Jean. So I think that sometimes we drift away. We drift away from using our own people. I was subject to probably the most ignorant moment in council chambers. And I say this in very fairness. I was not a fan of this because I've seen too many people come to our region and develop their own careers. And I don't think we got our bang for our buck. We're over 35, 40 million. And I know myself, I traveled quite a bit. And when I hear our college is growing, well, sure it is. The schools are full across the country. It's not because we're doing a great job. We need to do a better job with ourselves. You know, dog sled races. Get back to having a community again. And when I look at the performance of what this whole corporation was set up to be, it was set up to be, and we get some more planes landing. The harmony that we sought, was never realized. I was here from day one. We were going to be independent. We were going to be giving back a return. And it's not slamming anybody. It's about us councillors and our mayor. This is where the buck stops. I just spent the worst 4 weeks in my life in Fort McMurray. They gave me everything because somebody said we're going to cut our work staff in half. Well, before we hit our own, I think we should be able to make the synergies and use the tools we got. We haven't talked to industry. Myself, I came here in 13. We didn't have a relationship with industry. And then we got it going. And then we start talking with the 18 to 1. Now we're down to what? 7.5 to 1? Hey? And we're headed down the wrong road. So I think that the more we do it in-house, if I'm going to carry the brunt of this, I'm going to make sure that I'm part of the parcel. And I speak well of business development. Business development means that I give something back. And I'm not saying, I haven't been, actually, to be honest with you, I haven't partaken in the meeting since somebody told me I'm simple. But I tell you how simple this is. We had an economic wood buffalo in our own house. And we have industry players that I'm sick of saying that are waiting for our help. But we continue to build silos and silos. And as a farmer, why do we use silos? We keep our grain fresh. But in an organization, it ruins it. And the cost savings that, from shared services, what I see here is a lot of people here are steadfast citizens. But what I just carried for the last 4 weeks and never had a bloody clue what was even going to happen. My purpose is this: we'll look on the outside and bring our people home. And I think that we have a lot of capable people, especially now that Mr. K has taken another jab at our community. We have moms and dads that sit here for 15 years and they don't have work. And June and July of this year, most of our residents will be hit with 2% on their mortgage. For some, it's 15s. For some, it's 2,000. I'm not going to be sitting back idle and because I'm afraid. I'm not afraid because I sat in this chair and we were given. I voted against it. We were given a mandate. We had flights that were purposely bought to McMurray, direct flights from Toronto to Fort McMurray. How long did it last? Not very long. And it's our fault because nobody supports it. We haven't gained a soft trade, permanent resident, and this is part of the package. And I know that most people haven't seen the Articles of Incorporation. But there is an Articles of Incorporation that tagged along with this. And I cleaned the shitters at Suncor when I first come here. I lived on the streets. And I still think that I'm part of the working class. And I never, ever say another thing in this chamber. I lost my job because a big company came in. They wanted me to move to Edmonton. Well, you know what? I am no stranger to Edmonton, as anybody knows. But this is home. And when I guess people come in time and time again, we paid a guy 20 grand to come here and tell us we're simple. And you're okay with it? Not me. I called this today because one thing, I want to give the residents some hope that mom and dad can stay with their grandmothers and grandfathers. And if we can take 6 jobs out of a Power Line corporation and save ourselves $7-8 million bucks a year and get industry back to the table so we can get some people in our homes. And I'll add off with this. About a year and a half ago, I'm sorry, not under this leadership, we had companies that came, and because everybody knows, I never buried a haul truck, but I drove lots of them. And we are getting axed in this community, getting terrible in this community. And what do we do? What do we do as councillors? Where the buck stops. And we have to make some decisions that are not made in haste. And this is not new to most people. It's not against personal. As councillors, we're getting lazy. We need to do our work. And if you're going to score me, I'm going to get a chance to do my job. And when I don't do my job, I don't keep my job. So like Mr. Klemke, best boss I ever had, Singleton, best boss. I had 3 jobs. And Peter Rivera. We built the community on relationships. Those relationships have been stalled because I don't get a job in New York. And I sure won't get a job. This is home. And I think the intent of this whole corporation when it was set up, it was never about soloing our community or building my resume. It was about bringing mom and dad back to work. And I've seen mayor and council be slighted way too often, and pick a road that was going to do us better. So if I'm going to be laughed at and mimicked, I'm going to take her and I'm going to give her my best shot. And this is where I know nothing else. I wasn't putting a pipe on Franklin Avenue to grassland with Paul Romano. And I wasn't up with Wendell and Norm building Thickwood. But these are the guys that built our community, and I own to keep her going. And I'm not letting it go back to where we had City Hall, City Center. Just look what we're doing with our community. We spent 16, 17 million out back, and it is, Mayor, talking about economic with Buffalo, because the money that we're pouring away, we need that cash for our grandkids so that they're not spending 15, 20,000 a year on taxes. And if anybody was lived here long enough, when I lived on Birch Road, Mr. Flood, we had part-time jobs just to pay the taxes. And that's where we're headed. So I hope that you understand that I want to do some work. And if you're going to brand me, hey, you're going to slam me, I'll make sure the job is mine before I get haste. And I'm just going to make it. This is no slight to anybody. But I watched it long enough. It'd smirk and smile. Well, I tell you what, I won't say I'll kiss your rear end downtown in Calgary, but we'll bring her in. We'll bring her in house, and I guarantee you, it'll work. And we'll have some staff that are quite capable to do the job, and we're going to call in industry, because that was the whole intent of this organization. To get some planes that don't go straight to Fort Hills or don't go to Firebag. You know, the guy that economically, the guy that fills up a pump every twice a day. We need to do our jobs, mayor and council, because we're not doing them now. And we never done them. We certainly never done them when we were blindsided. But I tell you what, a little bit of health back, and I want to do my job. And that's part of doing my job. And I think that once we filter the system, have some debate here this evening, I think it's the right thing to do. And it's not about people. It's about sustainability. And I'd love to see people go to Fort Chip again. I'd love to see Camp Yogi light up again. And surely God, our almost $1 billion asset on the island, surely God, we can work together and bring the kids from Father Merck and Holy Trinity. And you know I'm kind of biased to that after 19 years of trusteeship. But we can bring the kids an economic education, economic convention, economic tourism, economic sports. We have all kinds of filters. We're just not using it. So I'd like to say this. I appreciate the work that was done. And I see an opportunity to start from the top down and put the money back in the piggy jar and make our community what it should be. And never add pain to a community that's seen every storm a person can take. Because I can tell you, as a counselor, when the community give you everything, and you know you had a major corporation come in here, set up, and I know because it's a family business. You got a brand new grocery store down Franklin Avenue. We never have the courtesy to congratulate them. But when you're the mayor, I remember Melissa Blake. I remember Chuck Knight. Well, Faulkner, well, he'd show up anyways, but I can tell you, they were proud of their community, and they never missed a ribbon opening. And we're paying an institution, and nobody showed up. I picked up Mr. Sobey at the airport. You know why? Because I bagged groceries for him when I was 14. What I'm saying is, Mr. Mayor and my colleagues, I don't think there's need much debate. I'd like to hear your, I'm not able to tell you why. I can tell you how. Why I'm saying this today? Well, if you work for Chief Vern for 5 years and you're still alive, you're pretty good. If you work for Cow Harbor for 5 years, you're pretty good. What I'm saying is, I don't see anything progressing. And when I went to our official stamp of Mac Holland, I mean, these people do an amazing job. And the last CEO or the one before, they just want to trip the guy up. We have some fancy facilities, and we're at about 40% capacity. And you know what? That's my first project, you know? And maybe we just get to do it for a day or two, but we bring the sports, we bring the schools, we bring the clubs, we'll make her tight. And not everybody will have their own little, you know, their own little silo going on a Friday night, Tuesday night, and I love them Wednesday nights. I just want to do my job, Mayor, because we only got a little gas in our tank left, but I'd like to be able to do something here before I leave this term and retire. And obviously, I'd be more than happy to stay on this BD place and volunteer my time to make it straight, because as Lance and Jane would know, I never took no raise during the fire, but I love this community, and I think we got a lot of fixing to do, and it doesn't start with the guy taking my garbage off our front lawn, because that guy's important to me. That guy's just as important as I am. And I tell you, if I'm going to be slighted, and by the way, I'm glad that there's a couple of councillors around that knew what this was meant to be. I thank you for your time and long-winded, and I'm so glad that it still hasn't been at Paddy Muswiggins for 7 nights a week before you start picking on me. I had 3 years on the dry dock, so you're going to be hard for you to find something. But anyways, Mr. Mayor, I don't have the magic wand, but I know that time and time again, especially after last week, when I usually don't come with my gun until I find out for sure. We got a facility. We have facilities down there that we were supposed to all work together. Not happening. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath. Do we have any questions for Councilor McGrath? Not seeing any. Do we have any registered delegates to this item?
We have no delegates, thank you.
Does any council have any comments or debate points they'd like to make before we vote? Councilor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I agree with the motion. Information has come up which leads me to believe that council is not getting the full picture. When council passed the motion to provide $8 million in funding in 2017 as seed money for Wood Buffalo economic development and tourism, it came from the Small Business Support Program. And how the funding is being dispersed leads me to believe that as a councillor, I need a better understanding, and council need to take some control. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Stroud. Councilor Benjoko.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will be supporting this motion for a few reasons. We had been asking for change from the economic development, and we don't seem to get much back. So, and the community is not happy with this. we've been dancing around the same mountain and not making progress. It's unfortunate. So I think it's time for us to do something different, because we can't be doing same thing and expect a different result. It's not working. So for me, this is a time for us to re-strategize so that we can get better result. And it's a tough time for our region. Jobs are being threatened. And I also respect even the jobs of those who work at economic development, because they are moms and dads as well. So I want us to look at everything holistically and address this and come up with something better. We really need to do something better, and I support that. It's time for council to step up and face the challenges and see how we can do things better and redirect the ship to go where we want it to go. So for that reason, I think it's time for us to do something different. So I'll be supporting this for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Majoko. Do you have any other debate points or comments before we vote? Councilor Dogar?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Very good points are coming up. I just want to ask you, this is economic development and Chamber of Commerce is very much related to it. Did we take some input from Chamber of Commerce?
We don't, right now, we don't have any delegates, Councilor Dogar. This is Councilor McGrath's motion. There's no registered delegates. If you have a question for Councilor McGrath, or right now we're at debate and comments of council. Do you have any other debate points or comments from council before we vote? Councilor Cardinal?
Thanks, Mayor. When we first did when I first got elected as council, I didn't have an understanding of what the economic development was really destined to do, I guess, until I started learning more about it, and put some requests in there, and I do value some of the things that are being done in small portions. I really value that, and I'm sure that there's a lot of great accomplishments that have been done to this day. That being said, I am heavily concerned that economic development has not really been in sync with the strategic plan of Mayor and Council, which is to be heavily involved with the economic development and success of the Indigenous communities out there. And I really feel that a lot more work needs to be done. I know that there's slight progress, and I would like to see more. I did request to have an Indigenous person lead the Indigenous Relations specialist position. That didn't happen. So right off the bat, I didn't get the request that I wanted. So, and sometimes that's life, but I just wanted to say that I wasn't impressed with the alignment with Council's strategic plan for reconciliation and rural and Indigenous relations through economic development. That was basically one of my big concerns, is to follow Council's strategic plan to build the best possible relationship with Indigenous people of our region. And I'm going to be supporting, of course, this motion. And I hope that if anybody's affected by this, that we're just trying to do the best of our ability and learn as we go, and try to make the best outcomes of this. We might not get it right, and that's all I really got to say is thanks to the past board. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Cardinal. Any other comments or debate points from council before we vote? I'm not seeing any, but I do want to just to remind council that what we're voting on, what we're doing isn't, we have a lot of great people that work for Wood Buffalo Economic Development Tourism that do a lot of great work, that are very qualified for what they do. And what this motion will do is change how it's governed, not the corporation itself, just how it's governed. So we do want to make sure that's clear that everyone knows that what we're doing is just to hopefully can guide it better and make some decisions and we're the council, as Councilor McGrath mentioned, we're the ones that are accountable at the end of the day. So we want to make sure that as we're accountable to our residents and the taxpayers, we're doing what's best for that. And we're looking at efficiencies all through, not just with ourselves, but other corporations that we're around as well. So I just want to make that kind of clear to council what the motion is that we're voting on is not, what it's doing is changing how it's governed. And as we look for efficiencies, this is just another way to look at efficiencies and how it's done better, because we're, like Councilor Rath had said, we're the ones that are accountable in the end of the day, because we're elected to take that role on, and we're elected to take the responsibility on. So there's no other comments, questions, debate points. We'll call for a vote.
For.
That's Councilor Weigel's 4.
Yeah, it's not coming up on my screen. I'm 4 as well.
Thank you, Councilor Ball. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Moving on to presentations, we have poverty reduction, council resolution update. I'd like to invite Deanne Berge, Community Services, and Joanne Truskiv, Poverty Reduction Network, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Deanne Berge. I'm the Director of Community Services. With me is Joanne Angel Andrusev, the co-chair of the Poverty Reduction Network, or PRN. We are presenting a status update on poverty reduction initiatives in the community. The Wood Buffalo Poverty Snapshot identified that poverty was not only defined by a lack of money, but it also included a lack of secure, basic human rights, and opportunities to achieve a standard of living and well-being in the community. The effects of poverty can be expressed in different aspects of a person's life other than income and employment, including food security, health, transportation, education, housing, equality and inclusion, and early childhood development. On October 10th, 2023, Council passed a motion directing administration to work with the PRN to bring forward a presentation on a poverty reduction plan specific to the regional municipality of Wood Buffalo that addresses access to affordable housing, transportation, education and training, health and mental supports.
The Poverty Reduction Network, PRN, is a collaborative of interested local community organizations who collaborate to build awareness about poverty in our community. PRN is committed to getting in front of the problem, reducing the effects of poverty, and supporting those whose lives have been negatively impacted in our region. PRN's goal is to raise awareness around poverty, develop innovative solutions specific to the region, advocate for inclusive, affordable, and accessible social policy changes, enhance sector capacity building, and enhance partnerships and collaborations. PRN does this through networking, research, data sharing, and identifying and addressing gaps in the service in our region. Since the motion was passed in October of 2023, administration in collaboration with PRN convened and started to benchmark poverty reduction practices in Alberta. In November 2023, PRN started working with Few Socials Tomorrow project. Through this project, PRN will identify current community needs and gaps, and strategies to address the poverty in the region, as well as establish a new strategic plan, with the most recent being created in 2018. The benchmark study was completed in December, and the research findings were shared with PRN. This information will support the work that is being accomplished to create the new strategic plan for the PRN.
For benchmarking, administration reviewed information from 4 communities and 1 alliance that have taken steps towards developing poverty reduction and elimination initiatives. This included Edmonton, Stony Plain, Medicine Hat, Calgary, and the Central Alberta Poverty Reduction Alliance. This benchmarking allowed us to learn about other approaches to solving poverty-related challenges. The review included poverty research studies, needs assessments, strategies, and poverty reduction plans. The review outlined that priorities varied based on community-to-community specific needs. The key strategic priority areas that were identified in other communities included the priorities highlighted in the Council motion: affordable housing, affordable transportation, mental health and wellness services, and education and financial literacy. Each benchmark community had conducted a needs assessment which laid a foundation for developing strategies and actions for poverty reduction. The process varied, and each community worked through the steps differently. The PRN continues to identify key stakeholders, focus areas, timelines, and reporting methods. Administration is a partner with the PRN and provides research and capacity building support. The PRN collaboratively works with the community stakeholders and coordinates and undertakes a range of poverty reduction initiatives to raise awareness, to educate the public, and to address poverty in the region. This includes the poverty profile and snapshot that was created by the PRN in 2018-2019. This was an overview of the poverty trends in that region, including cost of living, unemployment and wages, household income, and housing affordability. These statistics served as a tool for advocacy and research.
Since 2019, PRN has coordinated over 35 poverty reduction awareness events. These events included educational sessions, radio interviews, volunteer tax clinics, food drives, and other small initiatives to support those experiencing poverty in our region. There has been a great deal of community impact through these events. A poverty reduction simulation is an immersive experience to help gain a deeper understanding of poverty by having participants respond to questions and scenarios addressing different life situations. These simulation experiences help participants better understand the complexities of living in a poverty cycle. This is an initiative that members of the PRN have the tools to provide and is executed whenever the PRN has the capacity to do so. The PRN has supported several initiatives to help support and share awareness of the concept of living wage and education on how businesses can become living wage employers in our community. PRN is working with the Few Socials Tomorrow project to identify current community needs, gaps, and strategies to address poverty throughout the region. Once this project is complete, the PRN will be able to scope a new strategic plan that will outline its capacity and intentions moving forward. This information will be shared with administration, and next steps can be considered at this time regarding the poverty reduction priorities.
The Low Income Fair Transit Program, or LIFT, is an enhancement to the Bus Pass program. Previously, the municipality provided passes and bus tickets to organizations working with vulnerable peoples. In 2023, the municipality received a provincial grant to subsidize expanding the program to individuals who are below the low-income cutoff, or LICO. The LIFT program offers $10 bus passes to individuals who can demonstrate LICO, as well as free passes to individuals who are houseless and participating in housing programs, such as Housing First. The Equitable Development Project is a data project being led by the University of Toronto and the University of California, Berkeley. The objective is to train communities to understand the ways in which data can be used to gain insight into a chosen social issue. The municipality joined the project in the summer of 2023 and will utilize the training to better understand the issues that may be present with affordable housing in Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo. This project is currently underway, and initial findings are expected to be delivered in June 2024.
Moving forward, PRN will be investing efforts in enhancing its existing PRN capacity and a community platform to oversee poverty reduction initiatives and to identify the current needs and critical areas of focus in the region. PRN is requesting continued support from an administration to partner and collaborate on PRN's initiatives by providing research and capacity building support. Through the Tomorrow Project, the PRN will utilize participant action research model to reevaluate their capacity and create a new strategic plan.
Poverty elimination requires the support and dedication of the public sector, the private sector, social profits, and individuals to work collaboratively with people who have lived experience. This collective impact, led by the PRN, will support a framework to build a complex, long-term, cross-sectoral effort that will bring about social change, ending poverty, and increasing well-being. That concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanne. Thank you, Diane. Do you have any questions from council? Councilor Dogar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for giving me the chance. Very good topic. Thank you very much, my colleague, Councillor Funky, for representing poor people. I'm, salaried man. I know the importance of this topic. And presenter, madam, a lot of good work has been done in the form of a presentation, but these steps are mostly at a higher level. Only very few are available, who are applicable to us, like affordable housing, transport, and education also. So one thing more, have you considered that so many people, once they are laid off, the poverty level will go up or down? It will go up, because outsources people will come here, and I have seen it during 5 days. Lot of people came from outside for construction. They make the money, went away. So please let me. Okay. So please also recommend these things, that we should hire people, at the rates which is people are ready. There is poverty all over Canada, and steps are required at government level also to give some incentives or taxes reduction, and also, but at the municipality level, we have to see this thing, that our town level, of the region level, if people are laid off extensively, that will enhance the poverty level. Thank you very much. One thing more. Thank you, Mayor, what I missed. We need the steps straight away. Poverty level affects today, tomorrow, monthly. The date you have given is council by spring 2025.
And I think, sorry, Councilor Dogar, I think also that the Poverty Reduction Network, it's a group that comes forward, and they did presentations at McDonald Island, and what they did is they identified what the living wage is in each community, and they go all over the province and identify that. So it's kind of ongoing work, and that changes all the time with the economy, especially in our region here. So thanks for your comments. It's very good. Thank you.
Okay, the 25. We should try to expedite the things. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilor McGrath?
I try to help Pop out, good friend, because Terry Lang has done the same thing to me. But anyways, I think you got the point, Dover. So first of all, I just want to say, I know you're doing important work. Again, it comes back on us. We have a 15-17% vacancy rate. Because, another set of administration thought it'd be good to get into the rental business. And we need to find homes for people that I guess the question is there anything that's low-hanging fruit that your elected representatives can do? Because I know back in the day working with Ravi Nat, she was a wonderful lady to find us vehicles of envelopes, not always full. But is there somewhere we can help you as elected officials? Because we don't always get that opportunity. We get the opportunity when something goes wrong, but is there a piece of low-hanging fruit that we can get onto, a couple of councillors, and just champion that cause? Because if we conquer and divide, we're all going to feed the same community. So if you have a piece that you can think of, I'd be happy to hear it, but I know it's important work. And Mrs. Angel, keep up the good work with all the cadets and stuff across the place. Is appreciated, because they'll be looking for a place to stay too. And I guess final question through the chair. I don't know if I had the first one, but we had a very good benefit for the RCMP and school teachers. I know it went quite well. And I don't know if we work with Wood Buffalo Housing. Is there another chunk of that 18% that could be cuddle in there, because I know that we took that initiative, and not me, Francois, and the guy that was looking after the RCMP. I believe those units are still going on, and it makes it accessible for people. I think we, I don't know, what is our average rent, and I'm sorry for asking. Not sorry for it, I'm sorry for it, I shouldn't know.
Through the chair to Councillor McGrath, are you asking what the average rent is?
And I don't want to put you on the spot.
Yeah, I don't have that data.
Yeah. Because if there's a piece of low-hanging fruit that we could probably, the province and the feds haven't heard from us in a long time. Because we're always well-to-do. But we're coming down to the place where we're going to be one of the 365 municipalities that are probably going to be asking for more, because they gave us more. So if there's anything councillors or the mayor can help with, and we don't get the ask, we don't get to get crucified. You shouldn't be crucified until you're able, and I think there is some money out there that we can find and help you. And then last question, Mayor. I just want to straighten up. There's a myth in our community, because I was walking around Cannon College this morning meeting the kids, because as a alumni at Cannon College, and Mr. Glasky and those guys are great people, I hear about bus problems, and I just think that housing, if we have 65 lots and the foundation got them, and the Cannon housing is not going to move, then why don't we just take our industry partners and place some accommodations on the road we built, and it'll lead to a student's dorm, if you will. It'll make life a lot easier for people, and it'll keep some life downtown. But that would take people working together. That's what that would take, and that's the road we're going to head. And I was going to get some people out of the way, but is that something that would help you?
So through the chair to Councillor McGrath, I think one of the challenges always is that housing piece. And when we reviewed other communities, it was a challenge there as well. So we do work with Wood Buffalo Housing, and we as the municipality and the administration are a partner at the table. So one of the things that's really important is that the PRN, and Joanna as a co-chair of the PRN, we do work collectively. There's 16 organizations that work on that. Mm-hmm. So, we're always looking to advocate for more money from the province, related to social housing. Mm-hmm. So rent supplements and the such, but that's stuff that the PRN, so we as a partner at the table, we're supportive of that. But if there was something that came up from the PRN where we needed the advocacy from council, we would bring that motion forward. And you might want to add to it.
And so one of the things as mentioned in the presentation is that we are working on our strategic plan. With the old one being 2018, so much has changed since then. And one of the things that the network is supposed to do is take a look at social change and anything that needs to, from an advocacy standpoint, and speak for those that don't have a voice. And so if through our process this year of reworking our strategic plan, if there is something that we feel that you guys can support, we will definitely bring it forward.
Well, through the chair, I would say this, they have no better person to champion on their behalf. And I work for your sister, and you guys get the job done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath. And CEO, you had something to add?
Through the chair to Councillor McGrath, the average rent for a 2-bedroom in the community is going at $1,600, and it's been going up.
Good, Keith.
Thank you. Through the chair, you say 1,600?
Through the chair, Councillor McGrath, yes, $1,600. That's from the CMHC annual survey. And the likes of following on to your question as well, is what council has been doing, and have been doing it is for as long as I can remember, is every time they meet with ministers in Edmonton, is advocating for more social housing and more funding for affordable housing in the community, and that's been going on for as far as I can remember.
Thank you, Chair. And I can tell you right now, $1,600 would put us about not even at the middle of the map yet, because I think if we bragged about that a little bit more, because as a guy that lived here for 41 years, I thought the rent was still probably $3 or $4 grand. What? No debate. But what I'm saying is, this is the stuff we need to capture. If our rent is only $1,600, we're about $800 less than Edmonton. So that's exactly one of the things you take away and you put it on the transportation committee because that's the one of the things you champion. Because I'm sure, I know that every place is not 1,600, I know where they're going, but we were paying $1,600 in Hanging Stone in the 80s. So I think it's a good thing that we have these conversations. We can probably help you out. But the people that are looking, they can't afford the $1,600, so you need to bridge that. So the municipality, at some point, we're going to run out of cash, and we won't be able to bridge a whole lot. But that's where we have to go get, our MPs or MLAs. And I think you've done a great job in this community on the homeless. A great job. One last question, if I may, just to clear up some confusion. The Bridgeport Hotel, is that a government-run institution or a private? Because somebody, pardon? What I'm sorry, through the chair to the presenters.
Through the chair to Councillor McGrath, that's a private run. It's run by an organization.
Perfect. And but is it an overnight stay? Is it like it ties into social housing, right? Where Albert's used to be.
Through the chair to Councillor McGrath, so it's permanent supportive housing.
Permanent supportive.
It's permanent supportive housing.
Was there somebody could stay there all for the rest of their days, and when they need some supports from social agencies, they come in like mobile.
Through the chair to Councillor McGrath, that's correct. The supports come to them.
Okay. Well, thank you. I always like to be educated because that way when somebody asks you a question that you should know, thanks for your help. And again, I don't mean to single out, but I guess I'm a bit biased because I've seen you and your sister help so many kids out in the community. So I take this opportunity to keep up your good work. And it's our job to make sure those kids you're helping now have a place to stay after they finish school. It's like a continuity program.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath. Councilor Cardinal.
Thanks, Deanne. Great presentation. I'm always a fan of helping out the homeless and struggling because I've been there, of course. I want to ask about how much funds did the province give for homelessness? Just curious.
So through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, what we're talking about today is actually poverty reduction. So there is it's okay. There is an element of homelessness. There's some crossover in those two social issues, but today we're presenting on the poverty reduction network. So in relation to funding that the province provides for this, there is some FCSS funding that goes towards to agencies to support needs for poverty, as well as the province provided the grant for the municipality for us to provide that transportation, the LIFT program, so low income fare transit. So there's not like a pile of money that goes, but there's different allotments that are put towards poverty initiatives. And the PRN isn't funded per se. They're a group that comes together to work on poverty initiatives.
Through the chair. Yeah, so as Deanne said, we are different leaders within the nonprofit community that just come together. So there's no funding for the PRN, and everything that we do is through the organizations that sit on that network.
How much duplicating is there? Is there any duplication of this kind of program at all, or?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, I wouldn't say that there's duplication on this. What I'd say is we're merging groups together to talk about what they do. And even when you look at the Tomorrow Project, that's an opportunity to go, who's doing what, who does it best, and who should be doing it. And even we as a municipality and as administration, we have to take a look at where are we helping and where are we in the way. And we have those honest conversations to go, you're helping here, but you're actually in our way. So when you're dictating to us what to do, and we're in the way. So we're really having some honest conversations, not just in this area, but in all areas in the community to go, where should we be sitting? How are we helping? Or where do we need to get out of your way so that you can do the work? And the PRN is one of them. Like, we're not the chair or the co-chair. We just have a seat at the table. We're here, I'm presenting today because this was a motion from council. So as administration, that's our job to report back. But I report alongside Joanne, who is the co-chair of the group, and she really speaks to the individuals that are around the table.
Thanks, Deanne. I appreciate the response because we all know that there's a lot of funds to go around and a lot of duplication. So that's kind of ways why I was asking, because I just wanted to know whether or not the collaboration is there and no duplication, because we just want to make sure we get it right. And if we don't, try not duplicating anymore, I guess, or going over and over. So I appreciate the hard work that you are both doing. Deanne's always a pleasure. You're always great in presenting, and I appreciate all your ladies' hard work. Keep her going. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Cardinal. Councilor Benjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thanks for the presentation and your progress report so far. Thank you. I heard a bit about awareness and the education piece. Would that be to our target population or to organizations that are dealing with them?
Through the chair, sorry, is your question whether or not the awareness piece is to organizations or to the general public?
To the organizations or to individuals that we are serving?
Yeah, so I guess the answer is both. So we provide different opportunities for awareness to organizations, but like, say, for example, businesses on how they can provide living wage for their employees, but also to the general public. So say, for example, with the simulations would be for the general public. It could be for anyone to attend to understand what it's like to live in that poverty area, so that we can help advocate and better support those individuals because we understand their lives better. So there's lots of different initiatives that the PRN works with, and all of the individuals that sit on the PRN are members of organizations that support individuals that fall in that area.
Yeah. Okay. Having heard that, I was hoping for some real help, maybe a help point or a one-stop place where people who have different kinds of challenges can access help. I don't know if that's ambitious because we have a whole to address in this motion, talking about both looking at the most vulnerable people amongst us will be immigrants and indigenous people. So are there efforts to target or to channel some real help? And when I say real help, I don't mean handing over some dollar notes. I'm thinking of how do we bring people out? Are there such strategies anywhere that we can copy? And I've heard of inclusive economy. What are we doing in Wood Buffalo, or is this one of the things you're looking at?
So through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, it's certainly one of the things that we're looking at, and even looking at having coordinated access to service. So what that would do is if someone went in, for example, say to the food bank, they're experiencing poverty, they wouldn't have to tell their story everywhere they went. So there'd be an opportunity to go, okay, this individual needs help. Here's a number. We haven't got to that point to exactly what it looks like, but we're certainly striving towards having that, I guess, one-stop shop. So wherever you go, we're going to be able to wrap around and support that individual rather than them having to tell their story to the food bank, to get a transit pass, to go to RRC, to do anything like that. So that is something that we're striving towards.
Okay. Then my other question is, and thank you for the answer, through the chair, my other question is, the collaboration that is taking place within the agencies, how does that work? Is it the peer? Okay, how does that work? And so what do we expect going forward? has there been changes since this initiative started? Because if nothing has changed, then, because I know about PRN a bit, so what are the steps that you've taken to address aggressively the situation we're in this region? And yes, the point that I almost forgot is the impact of international students in our region, and if that has in any way affected the help that we have in the community, or if there's anything we are doing in addition because of them.
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, so I'll answer part of that. So the PRN meets monthly. We meet for about an hour and a half monthly. One of the things that we're working on this year is a strategic plan, because the last one was as per 2018, and lots of changes in this community and across Canada since that time. Myself and my co-chair are new in the co-chair positions, and there's a lot of new members. And we've also, one of the primary things we're focusing on this year is bringing more people back to the table. So over the year, and especially with COVID, things going virtual, things have changed, and we've lost a lot of people from that network. And so with new leadership in the network, we're primarily looking at who needs to be at the table, and then being able to take a look through the Tomorrow Project to talk about what needs to be worked on, what do we have the capacity to work on, and what other partners do we need to bring to the table. So that's the next steps for us and what we're doing moving forward. I don't know if you want to.
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, so just to add to that, it really is a true collaboration. So the individuals are coming to the table, having those conversations about how they serve that population, how they can reduce poverty, or things that we're missing, or things that are happening and working well. So I believe it is a true collaboration. You talked about the students from Cano, and if there was any impact. At this point, I don't think that we have seen an impact in that regard. And with Keanu bringing those students in, my hope would be that they also had a plan for how those students would make it through the year.
Okay. And one of my colleagues did mention the release of more social housing through the Wood Buffalo housing. Do we have any report of that, or we can get it for the next time we have, next time we meet?
So through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, I know that Wood Buffalo Housing does report to Council monthly through a newsletter. We do work closely with Wood Buffalo Housing in relation to the HIS committee, the Housing Initiative Strategic Committee, and I do know that they have got additional funding for social housing, but I don't know what that equates to in numbers.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Majoko. Councillor Cardinal?
Oh. Hi. Got a question. How is it going to be administered with the rural communities? How much different is it going to be? How many nations have you contacted, or how is the implementation going to be different or moving forward with rural communities, especially with Fort Chipewyan, because it's isolated and we don't get as much as I think everybody else is getting. So I just thought I'd mention that, but yeah, that's my question.
So through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, the rural communities are one that we've talked about, because at this point there's no representation at the table on rural communities or from the rural communities. So we've talked about, Joanne as the co-chair and I have had a conversation about who needs to be at the table. So we think there definitely is a rural piece. Even with the Edit project, there's a rural piece to that. So we need to have, we need to have some individuals at the table from the rural areas. And that's what the PRN is working on right now, on figuring, they're reaching out to those stakeholders, figuring out what does that look like? How do we engage? Because the situation in the rural communities could be different from the situation in the urban center. So they may want to, they may want it to look different. They may not want to come to this table and have that conversation. They may want to have a different conversation. So it's something, one of the challenges our community's been through over the, and it's no, like it's not a surprise, but we've had the fire, then we had the flood, and with each of those events came a lot of money in different ways for organizations. And so we're at the end of that. So now we're finding our way forward with what some may consider sort of a normal pattern. And the PRN, Joanne mentioned that we've gone through different individuals, so executive directors have changed, memberships changed at the table, so it takes time for everyone to get up to speed. So at this point, we've had some consistency, and I think we're really going to be moving forward and understanding, but the next piece is how do we get the rural communities involved? And do they want to be involved at this table, or does it need to look different?
Well, I think that it'd be fair if it was all at the same table, right? Just that more concrete work that needs to be done with rural communities when it comes to communications. That's always been the cornerstone of the Indigenous communities and the effect it has on the relationships. From day one, I've been saying that with, everything that's I could possibly address as for rural communities. It's, I think us as council, I think really need to revisit how we're going to deal with rural communities, and it'd be a separate in some way it's got to be different, because it's not. I feel with living in Fort Chipewyan permanently, I live there and I know the struggles, and I know it's just like same as here, isn't it? You know what I mean? Everybody struggles with addictions, homelessness, poverty, you name it. We all, prices, fuel, food, people are not eating, people are making, poor choices. But, that's life, and I just wanted to acknowledge that I am paying great attention to this, because I feel that obviously, like in every other community, that it's very crucial and sensitive. So, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Dogar? You have to turn your mic on, Kendrick.
I just wanted to mention that I could recommend when the rural stuff comes out that we start to work with council or with CAO to coincide with our strategic plan through reconciliation and calls to action. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Dogar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for giving me the chance. Madam, a lot of things you covered. I just want to ask that at government level, at province, I think, and the federal level, whenever somebody is laid off, he's given EI. I think it is federal level or the province level. But is there any way that we can give some subsidized card for grocery in superstore for that period?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, we don't. This isn't a funding committee. This is a network on poverty reduction. So we actually don't have funds to distribute, and there are no funds that go into this network. One of the things that the network has done is put together a tax seminar. So it was at the library like recently, and they were expecting 30 to 40 people, and over 200 individuals came. But that's where real impact can be made, because if someone fills out their tax form correctly, putting in all the information, then they're able to get those additional benefits that both the federal government and the provincial government offer. So that's one thing that the PRN has done, is make sure individuals have access to someone that can support them with taxes, and it was very well received.
Thank you, Madam. Very appropriate reply. But my point is towards my colleagues. Once we sanction 40 million for this project, recreation 40 million for this project, the most important is the bread and butter.
I think Councillor Dogar, what she's saying is like Poverty Reduction Network is basically works without funding.
Let me suggest something. I am also one of the members. Okay.
But this isn't what she's presenting.
He's pulling me one side, and you are also very tough with me.
I'm trying to pull you the right way.
Okay.
I spend a lot of time, through the chair, I spend a lot of time with Dogan. I'm just trying to help him. So this committee meets with many committees around our province and takes some common ground on some center points that they can focus on and go through the thresholds of where they can get funding from or where they don't duplicate their services.
And they collect data.
Yeah. So, and I hope that helps, Papa.
Thank you very much. At least something.
Thank you, Councilor Dogar. Councilor Banjoko?
Oh, my God. Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank
That's
you,
upheld.
Councilor.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Doga and everyone. I'm just thinking there'll be maybe many more questions. Would there be value, for instance, if I, for instance, or any of the councillors want to join you for any of the meeting? Is that something you think will add value rather than drilling you for 1 hour?
So through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, if you're joining the meeting, and I'm not sure like the value just understanding, I think there's always value in individuals understanding more about what the poverty reduction network does and can do. So I think there's value in that.
Okay. Why I'm asking that question is the next time we see will be spring of 2025 from your presentation. Mm-hmm. And I don't want to wait a year and then you come back with something and we're not carried along. So I am prepared, if it is possible, just to know what's going on. I'm not going to be able to go for every meeting for sure. Maybe once a quarter or whatever, or something important, then if it's possible, then I think it's better than waiting for 6 months, 8 months. This is something that I really want to see to fruition, and by 2025, we'll be rounding up by spring of 2025. So I don't think it's some good idea to wait 8 months, 9 months.
So through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, I appreciate that, and I appreciate that you want to have the learning. One of the things that we learned when we were doing the benchmarking is some municipalities took on poverty reduction themselves, and what they discovered is it's a real, true community development issue. And so if the municipality takes it on, then there's this and the municipality may or may not be the right tool. We come with a lot of red tape. We're clunky. It's, whereas a social profit has the ability to be a little bit more agile and make changes. So I think what I hear you saying, and one of the things we talked about possibly was having money to get someone come in to do a study to see what we need. But what's happening right now, from my experience, is the Poverty Reduction Network is getting their feet under them, and they're really understanding what is already happening. What's happening right now in this community towards poverty reduction. And we listed some of those in our presentation. So certainly we're happy to educate, but I'm not sure that in 8 months we'll have exactly what you want to hear, but it doesn't mean that we're not making progress. There's continual progress, and we're continually working together. If there's grants that come up, an agency is going, who does this best? And they're applying for that grant. So there's real, true collaboration, and we're still moving forward. So even though we're not coming to report to you, work is still happening.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Banjoko. Councilor Dogar?
Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Cardinal?
Thanks, Mayor. Is it too early to ask about a data bank?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, about a what?
A data bank.
A data bank.
Where everything like this stuff is stored.
So through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, we're working on that. Like what we've done is we've reached out and we've gotten other information from other agencies. We do have our living wage. So that is part of our data bank that we have towards poverty. We do have the LIFT program. So there are pieces of it that we have together, but we still have partners and other stakeholders to get around the table so we have the full picture. And that's what's going to happen in the next 12 months.
So the benchmarking is a part of this. I mean, not a part. Basically, you're talking about the benchmarking part, right?
So through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, yeah, we're talking about sort of what others have done that have been successful or not successful. And we're also part of the Alberta Poverty Reduction Network. So we're seeing what happens in other areas as well. So we keep our finger on the pulse.
Perfect. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Cardinal. I don't see any other questions, so thank you, Joanne, for all you do. Thanks, Deanne. And I know we did the presentation at Mac Island a few months ago, maybe 3 months ago, maybe. But that was really eye-opening, and a lot of work went into it. It was great to see the presenters come forward. And what was surprising to me was how they calculate the living wage. And as like they even said, how we're not even the most expensive place. We're not the most expensive place. We're one of the more affordable places to live in the province. So it was great to see that data coming forward, and it'd be good to get that out to the public. So thank you both for all you do. Thank you. And right now, let's take a 10-minute recess, everyone. Welcome back, everyone. I'd like to move on presentations. We have RCMP 2024-2025 Annual Performance Plan. I'd like to welcome Mark Hancock and Nicole Chouard, as well as Aaron from our Bylaw Services. Present, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So for this year's annual performance plan, there it is, we're looking at, for this year coming up, and I'll touch a little bit on last year's highlights as well. So the components of the annual performance plan are basically community consultation, which we do every year, and division detachment membership, and then of course we have quarterly reporting on our annual performance plan objectives throughout the year. So during our community engagements, we did a survey again of the community, just like we have over the past, well, since I came back here in 2021, we've been doing community surveys. And if you look at the community engagements, there were 449 quick poll responses. And those include like having, down at Mac Island, we had dot stickers that people could actually put on priorities to make it more simple for them. And we also had 100 postcards provided at municipal offices with QR codes on them that people could access, as well as survey information shared at rural community events. So we ran this on the online survey, was on the RMWB webpage, and we ran it from February 1st to March 1st, 2024. We had 766 completed surveys, and at the pop-up events, we had 317 responses there. So the total was 1,532 responses, which I was actually very pleased with. It's a good number. And if I'm to review of last year's plan, it shows the objectives that were chosen by the community, as well as, and I'll get into the detachment as well as stakeholders. But the objectives last year were property crime was #1 priority of the community, followed by drug trafficking, traffic safety, and enhancing public confidence and engagement. So those were the priorities last year. We're still tabulating the final numbers from last year. So I'm waiting for those. And as well, you know, community surveys, town halls, member input is very important. And if we look at the actual survey results from this year, you can see those up there, results of the public survey. You can see a few important priorities here. One is, again, property crime. And that was the #1 priority given to us from the community. And then the second one is the blue one there, is the drug-related issues, the legal drugs. And then there's a number of different traffic issues there. So the top 3 from the community: property crime, drugs, and traffic. And then, of course, as well, I like to speak to our detachment members, because they're the ones on the street, the supervisors and all the members, and see what they think that the priorities are. And I like to kind of combine those to make our decisions as to what should our priorities be for the upcoming year. So if you look at what the detachment members, including the leadership, felt in this survey, they had some numbers were fairly high here, including drugs as #1, break and enters, theft of motor vehicles, and crime reduction strategies. So those were some of the ones that the actual uniform and plainclothes members felt were important. So compiling all the information from the survey, as well as from the internal membership meeting that we have every year to compile these plans. If you look at the 2024-2025 Wood Buffalo Annual Performance Plan priority objectives for the detachment, again, property crime is the #1 issue for us that we're going to combat, followed by drug trafficking, and then again, traffic safety. And there's a number of objectives here underneath each of these initiatives. But also, this doesn't go to say that this is the only thing we do, because obviously we do problem-oriented policing in all of our communities, specific to each community, and we will listen to the community. So continuing on with the objectives, there's a couple more. So crime reduction strategies will be our 4th, and then community engagement will be our 5th. And if you look at crime reduction strategies, I'll be talking about some more of those in just a few minutes. But with regards to community engagement, you know, we've got our Indigenous liaison position. Unfortunately, Sergeant Martina Noski has moved on to Enoch as a detachment commander. And now we've got a new sergeant coming from New Brunswick, Sergeant Larry McDonald. He's from Saddle Lake area, so we're hoping to get him soon. But I'm also looking at setting up, and we've been working on a Indigenous corporal liaison for the southern communities for basically, you know, Anzac 468, Gregoire Lake Estates, all the way down to Conklin, John VA. So that's, I think, really important. It's something that we're working on right now. And I think it's fair to say that really in those objectives from last year, we were really highly successful, especially with the community engagements, a really high number of community engagements in Indigenous communities, as well as throughout the municipality. And I think it's also important to say that if you look at the summary of the information we got from the surveys, the majority of people who took the survey were from Fort McMurray. It's high percentage, and property crime being the #1 objective. So how do you combat those issues with downtown crime? And the number of things going on in all of our communities, but one thing that really trying to prioritize is utilizing that office downtown. You know, we had the grand opening in October of 2022. We have been using it, but not to the extent that I would really like to see it used. You know, we worked hard to get parking just set up there so that we can have Bylaw and RCMP vehicles there. And now we're really working hard with partnering with Bylaw so that we can actually force multiply and use both uniforms out on patrol. So that picture is actually training because they're not in uniforms. They're training how to operate bicycles properly. But we're going to be very visible downtown, and there's going to be daily foot and bike patrols coming up in the downtown area. We're starting a project May 1st that is this joint. We had people in the detachment that signed up for this. So we've got 4 constables and we've got 4 bylaw officers that are showing interest, as well as a sergeant that just came recently to Wood Buffalo from British Columbia, Sergeant Clint Thiessen. He's got a really good investigative background with gangs and streets and everything else. And so he's going to head up this unit. And we also have an analyst that's going to help us with this work. And they're going to be working out of the downtown office. So you see people down there more. And I'm hoping that, and that still doesn't change the fact that we're going to have members on patrol, but these people are going to be there constantly. So you'll see them a lot. And I want them to be the face of downtown. So I think that's about it for that one. Now, some other initiatives. Like I said, we have several initiatives going on right now. Another one is the CAPTURE program. So community-assisted policing through the use of recorded devices. It's a web-based CCTV registry. So if businesses have, or people have video that they have set up in strategic locations that we could utilize for finding crimes or that, then they can sign up in this registry. All these programs are at rmwb.ca and under RCMP, and then there's initiatives there, crime prevention initiatives. You can see all these things here. So CAPTURE, very important. If businesses and people in the community want to sign up for this, then they give us their consent to ask them for video. And really, back in the day when you're on the street, you know, years and years ago, you'd be asking people door to door, did they see anything? Now it's the first thing that we look for is video. So if people have video, this can be very, very helpful to us. Crime prevention programs, another one is crime mapping. This again is on that rmwb.ca. We update this weekly, and that picture of the map that you see there shows like theft under $5,000. It shows break and enters with the different symbols, and you can actually see what's been going on during that time period throughout our community. So please do take a look at that. And you know what? We want to have our police force here be evidence-based, analytical. Where are the hot spots? Where are the issues that we need to deal with? And these kind of things really help us with that. So another crime prevention program that's on the go right now through, again, rmwb.ca is the Bike Index. So people can register their bicycles there if they're stolen. It makes it much easier for us to understand whose bike it was and to follow up. So this is really good as well. We have seized literally hundreds of bicycles. And if you don't have this, it's very difficult to find out who owns it. So this is very important. Some other really great crime prevention programs that, Nicole here has worked very hard on this one, but Protect DNA. So this is fantastic. It's technology that will forensically link your property to you as the owner. So the police, if we see something, we can take a look at it. And I'm not going to give away any investigative techniques here, but you can take a look at it and you can find out that it came from you. So we have, I think, 5,000 kits at the detachment right now that just came in. So this is available to you for no charge. You know, if you want to come and put it on your bicycle, we know it's yours. The criminal can't see it. So jewelry, catalytic converters, electronics, again, check it on the website. Or contact us and we'll set up an appointment for you to get this done. Really good for businesses. Another one is crime prevention through environmental design, or CPTED. And last night we did a presentation down with the Chamber of Commerce at the casino. And I had a CPTED expert come up from Cold Lake and did presentation to businesses as to how to better secure your business, better lighting, video, shrubs, everything. And so this could also be available to people. And, I was asking our expert yesterday, would she come back here? And her name's Celeste Bensmiller. She said she would, and that she would help businesses even if they want to take a look at their own business, and have her kind of analyze and give some tips to people how to better secure things, talking about proper door locks, everything. So I think that could be very helpful for us here. And then we had this program going on. We're actually, believe it or not, the third highest liquor store thefts in Alberta, behind Edmonton and Calgary at this point this year, or last year into this year. So, we've had a project that's been going on. We put it in the media. We ended up catching 11 people being arrested, stealing. They go in and steal a whole case of liquor and walk out. So, and we actually have some of these people held in custody, which is kind of unheard of for property crimes. And we're working with the Crown Attorney to, make property crimes his number one objective. If someone's committing a lot of property crimes, let's see if they're a problem to the community, let's see if they can actually be held in custody. So this project was very effective, and it's ongoing. Some other crime prevention programs is restorative justice. And again, Nicole has done a great job with this one. If we're looking at numbers, I checked the numbers back in December last year, and we had 37 adult and 18 youth through the program. And so, it's an alternative to charging everybody. Sometimes it's better to bring someone face to face with the person they've done the harm to and have them actually have to deal with it. And then they come up with a contract with a facilitator as to how to right the wrong. How do you, what's the contract going to be? And if they don't complete their contract, then they could go to court. So very good, accountable program with a high rate of success and lack of recidivism after these things happen. Also, restorative justice right now is available in all of our communities. Now, we're doing it for Chippewa. We're doing it everywhere. We have facilitators all over, and Nicole's done a fantastic job with this. She's actually presenting nationally on this now, and we're one of the best practices in Canada for restorative justice. So very, very pleased with this. Another one is, this one is a really great one as well. So I've got Staff Sergeant Liz McDonald in our plainclothes units. She's been really working hard on this crime prevention program called Drug Treatment Court. So someone has a drug addiction and they're going out and they're committing crimes to fuel their addiction. They may be diverted to this court. It's not easy. There's a lot of rules. They have to be strict on their rules. But the thing I like about this one is, as taking them out of, instead of criminal court, bring them to drug treatment court, is that the recidivism is very low. But also we have 7 participants in this program. And some of these people have committed multiple break-and-enters and thefts. And you know what? They haven't since they've been in this program. So this is amazing, and I'm very pleased with it. Again, another one is the rave alerts. So when we first came here, we've had a couple of serious situations, and some people, including schools, have complained that we didn't let them know, even though we did call everybody. And so this rave alert, people can sign up for rave alerts, and they get it on your phone. It's on the rmwb.ca, again, if you want to sign up, but you will get police notifications of things that are going on. And, you know, very important. I mean, you can still do you know, Amber Alerts, intrusive alerts, and all that stuff, but this is more localized. And, you know, why not sign up? If you want to know what's going on in the community, you know, be aware, heavy police presence here, whatever, or be on the lookout for this. Rave can help with that. Citizens on Patrol, we don't have Citizens on Patrol in this community. I would be fully committed to helping people get that going. It's a community-based program. But these people are locals, volunteers that could be active on patrol in the community. And generally, we do give them ways to report to us quickly, and so we can respond if they see something. So just another tool. And if people are interested in this, I mean, I had this when I was in Happy Valley Goose Bay, and we had a constable there that used to sit down and get them going meet every couple weeks, and they were actually really effective. We used to give them radios, and they were really effective in helping us catch people committing crimes. So that one, if you're interested, you can contact our community policing section for that, or myself, and I'll point you in the right direction. Okay, so that says thank you. Questions?
Thank you. Councilor McGrath?
Thank you, through the chair, Mr. Hancock. You know that I always say this, I'll open it up. I never end up at the back of a squad car that I didn't deserve. And I think that I learned a lot. And I think that I really sincerely say thanks to you. We're starting to restore our relationships with rural. We're starting to, you know, we see you certainly as a superintendent as out with the schools. You know, years ago in my first term as Catholic board school trustee, we pitched in a few bucks with industry, and I think that your first member, you know, she's deceased now, God bless her, but kids clung to her, and I think the first day that we had the program, they picked them right up with Father Merck, and I believe that the more people feel okay to come talk to you, because there's kids at home in this community that are home by themselves, and we have a problem. But and your hands are only tied so much. And I remember opening up Unity House in '85. I think it was a big place. And thanks to a local businessman, we have another place that's full again. So hats off to your members, and you know we put a lot of bad luck on the people that, we all have different employees that bring different things, as some of my bosses. But I mean, for the most part, the RCMP were always statesmen of our country. And certainly we're graced to have you back there. I know you brag about your golf and stuff, as Lance too. All I'm trying to say, Mark, is this. It's nice to have a police officer that's not looking like a guy that you're not going to talk to. And I think that in a community where we have a lot of patch repair done, you know, you got your hands full, and hats off to your members. But there is a question coming, and I know Sandy never had it yet because I run out of air, and it's lucky for you. I just wondered, how bad is it? I know that we lost way too many people over dope, and boy, we were on a bad run before Christmas. I mean, it's bad enough that you know, there's some smirks and laughing, but I live here. And when you got to bury 5 people, I don't find it funny at all. Not in our community. You want to smirk about somebody killing themselves over drugs? I don't find it funny. I'm saying to you, sir, thank you, because I know that there was a kid in our community got killed and thrown out of a truck. There's nothing funny about that, pal. A kid could have got some help. And the only help he got was when the school doors were open. And I tell you, I'll always remember the guy that found that funny. And someday that'll come back to them too down there. That'll, you know what? You lose a kid to drugs. There's only so much the RCMP that is a community problem. And I tell you what, if you can go to bed tonight and laugh, when a guy's talking about a kid killing himself, he had no supports. There's these companies that come to town and rape our labor, and they wouldn't throw a name on the back of a hockey jersey or support them socially. And I tell you what, I've sat in this chamber, and I tell you, I've seen so many people react. And I'm talking to you, officer. I'm talking to a couple of guys that started laughing. We have a problem in our community, and that's part of it right there. And if there's any other funding envelopes that we could get to help, I can look at my own crew in Klemke in 89. We had 25 guys, 12 of them were gone. And that's not funny. I know that. I just want to say, I don't know how you stop this stuff for Christmas, but we were on a bad roll, man. Your members were shot at. And I know those members get dressed in the nighttime or dressed as mom and dad go to work. You know, I think even Deanne might have a daughter. But I know my daughter is doing her best with the police force. And I guess the question is, I get a bit rattled here because I'm going to pull the pin. Because if I stay, I'm going to get pretty choked up. But if some guy wants to come in here again and make fun of a guy watching people die in our community, you think that's funny? Not a bit. I'm going to ask you, are we getting any support, any more support from the feds on attacking the people that are out poisoning people? Because they get them looped in, and we lost a kid. We lost a guy had 4 daughters. 4 daughters. At Christmas time, he got shot for $1,700 and his body kicked out on the road. I don't find that a bit funny. And be goddamned if I could sleep tonight if I laughed at somebody telling me that. But Mark, I got to tell you something. The RCMP took a hard hit here in our community over nothing. Because your members, I wouldn't want their job. Because there are people going up to the doors here. I came to this community when Riel Gashore and Gardner Defoe, they were the guys who Lidstrom, we had fist fights with no knives. There was beer, there was weed. But we were a decent place, but now she's gone off the rails. And there's someone feeding the system. We just got to try to help you cut the top off the snake. And if we can save one kid, and some of them outsiders want to help us, hey? We kill one kid, then we've done our job. And if there's some way we can do that, I'm all for it. And I'm going to say this community resource officer, Mayor Bowman, got rid of the photo radar. That way we can give people help. Now, one last question. I always want to get, are they fat bikes? Are they fat bikes? Your pedal bike, are they fat bikes?
They are mountain bike type bikes.
Are they fat bikes? You got a big fat tire?
No, they're medium-sized tires like mountain bikes.
If just from a fat guy, the fat bikes look pretty good around here. The big ones. And I don't want to ask you this question. The community police station that we were told that we were going to get funded for, and Lady J was there, Lady Lads. Did that ever come through in Conklin where you had a half a run at being able to keep members down there around the clock?
Through the chair to Councillor McGrath, I've always been supportive of having members go down and stay overnight wherever they can down there. And so we're still working on that. In Conklin, we've looked at that facility. Right now, we're looking at working with fire and ambulance. They're doing a new build in John VA coming up. It's going to take a couple years, but an RCMP portion of that for a new build with living quarters in it. We had living quarters in John VA, flooded. That trailer's destroyed now. So all we have is the detachment there. So I'm even looking at, can we stay with oil sand company, anything, just to have members go down for a couple of days as opposed to back and forth and back and forth.
There you go, Hancock. You must be from the east, because you know what? There's camps down there. All we'd have to do drop a little bit of where we're at and say, you know what, they would help you tomorrow, whether it be Dextera, whether it be Civio. We have so many resources in this community, but boy, I tell you what, you know, the only guy that's, you know, asks for a hand every day is Butts. You know, he's saving lives, and so are you. But we have an abundance of people that want to help us, but what I'm told, they don't get asked. But I know you're not shy, but there's only so much you can do. We are only good as we're allowed to be. And if you were hungry tomorrow for a place to stay and you couldn't get it, here's our board chair. You know, so I commend you on the job you're doing, because I know firsthand what it's like to struggle, what it's like to admit, and what it's like to get some more. And whether it's my kids or Lance's kids or Jane's kids, we all have kids in this community. That's our job. Our job is to look after the kids and the elders, and the rest will look after itself. So if we're okay with, I really think we get them at the school level, because when you get a dad that's struggling, somebody's got to know about it, right? And when you get our houses that are full of, you know, our shelters are full, then we need to know that before it gets worse, we'll be renting places for that. And that takes a lifetime, right?
Through the chair to Councillor McGrath, there's a number, you touched on a number of things here I could talk about for probably a long time, but
because
I can tell you that...
I dealt with them all myself pretty well, and I think that most people are shy to say it. But man, I tell you what, I'm graced with friendships, and that's all them kids look for. You know, there's kids that go to school 8:30 in the morning, or I'm sorry, 7:30 to wait for the doors open, and they're the same kids that wait after school because they know they haven't got no one to go home to. So you know, with community services, and I think that's where we're going to go. Is that if we ratchet ourselves back down to those 4 core pillars, we'll be able to help you more.
Through the chair to Councilor McGrath, I really encourage our members to be coaches in the community, get really involved in the community, don't want to be faceless police. I always say that. With regards to Patrol South, I have 4 constables and a corporal going day and night south every day. And now this new corporal Indigenous liaison, that's where they'll work as well. So, you know, I do have my heart is in the south. I'm concerned about some of the communities in the south, time and distance. So, but we are providing those members down there, and I'm hearing that we're visible, so that's good. But, you know, this is a big machine here, you know, Fort Chippewa all the way down, dealing with lots of things, but I think we are getting the right people in the right place. You're talking about all the violence that we had. You know, we're lucky enough that we have major crime come up from Edmonton when we have a homicide. They come help us with the investigation. They've been up here quite a few times lately. You know, we've got Alert, we've got drug section. They've been doing a good job. So, you know, we are trying to combat this drug issue, and like Nicole's been working on some crime prevention funding that she's received as well. And we're doing lots of things in the community, including training, community events, you know, as trying to do all kinds of different things. So there's many things on the go that I could talk about for a very long time, and taking care of the members is another thing. We have peer-to-peer, we have counselors, we have psychologists. You know, when you have these serious events that deal with my members, I want them fit for work. We actually have a small number of people that aren't working that are off sick, which is unbelievable. So I'm very, very pleased with that as well. But I worry about those things, right? So we try to get those resources to help those members make sure they're fit for duty.
I got to tell you in very public eyes, if there's one thing that I learned about you pretty quick, it doesn't matter if you're a counselor, a kid, a bum, or somebody that's struggling. You treat them all the same, but you look after your team. I never see you once as a leader throw your team under, and I don't think you should, but we haven't had a big turnover here. People don't leave their jobs, they leave their boss. So keep on doing the job you're doing, and you certainly have my support, and I know you have everybody's support around the table. And like I say, I wouldn't want to be a cop, but not nowadays, because people. I mean, we see people shower bullets at garages, and thankfully there's nobody behind them. But because they're doing a good job, we're still going to get some people moving here, because you got to feel safe. And I think that crime mapping, you know, I think if that's shared with some people, well, people might want to move someplace. You know what I mean? They're tools that we don't see, but good you got them. So I appreciate it, and thank you, Mayor Bellman. But that's about all the wind I got for tonight.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath. And with that, Mark, as Councilor McGrath touched on a bit, how are you doing before I go to the next councilor with vacancies? Like, do we have spots open right now that we could fill with RCMP officers?
Through the chair, or to the mayor, the only spots we have right now are we had blocked those 12 positions years ago due to Bill 21 and all those cutbacks. And so now we have 2 block positions that are left. So we're doing quite well, actually, human resource-wise, compared to when I first came here in 2015, back and forth.
But we still have 2 positions you said that are open?
There are 2 positions that have been blocked that are
okay.
They're on the org chart.
Perfect. Thank you. Councilor Dogar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Chief, both chiefs, tax chief or vehicle for hire, and madam, welcome for the coming and apprising us what all you do and enhancing our knowledge. Really, it is a very enterprising job you people do. That is at the cost of your lives even. I have done it for a couple of years, so I know the importance. And thank you very much. I visited few times on Christmas, and Mark, you gave me a very good reception as a community representative, and I appreciate it. I also went there also. I went to January detachment. I happened to meet them, so I'm your admirer. Just I want to ask you one thing, because your operations are very enterprising and exciting. At times there is a likelihood of some mistakes, some errors, some, sorry to say, blunders also, which cost life on this side, that side also, both sides. So what is the accountability process you have?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, there's a number of things that we do. Obviously, everything when it gets to officer safety is training. Are you doing the right things? But there's also, when I meet with our new members, when they come straight out of depot, I sit down and meet with every one of them, and I tell them you're going to make mistakes. But if you make mistakes, you tell the truth right away. And, I support you, that I expect you to make decisions. So it gets to training, it gets to give them the confidence to make decisions and know that they may make mistakes. If they make mistakes, there's a whole review process that I can put in place, that I have put in place. Incident reviews, operational reviews. And then, of course, I'm also the conduct person for the detachment, right? I'm the person, the authority that deals with conduct. So if someone has actually a code of conduct of the RCMP Act issue that they've done something wrong, they have to come to me. If it's really serious, they go to the commanding officer. So and we don't have a lot of those, luckily. We also have a public complaints process. So I have a sergeant that handles our public complaints. Sergeant Greg Dolan is doing it right now. Very good. He will, the complaint usually will go to Ottawa and come back to us, and then we will investigate it. And we investigate every one of these. Whether we can go informal or formal, that's the thing. And of course, if it's something really terrible, then it might be a criminal code charge where we have a statutory investigation. And if someone has broken the law, then they're going to be charged after Crown consultation, and they'll have to go to court. And then it gets to whether I put them on admin duties or keep them working, what is their duty status. So there's many, many things. I could talk about this for a very long time, but I can tell you that we are highly accountable. If me being in charge in my team, if something is done wrong, it comes to me, we discuss it, and we come up with an action plan with our whole team. And, we want people to be accountable. We want them to tell the truth all the time. If they do the wrong things, then it has to be dealt with. I hope that answered your question.
Thank you very much. My other question is community policing. So the volunteers from the community are added into it for discussions, for feedback, for any meetings?
With our community policing unit, I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understand the question.
Community policing, you see, what you do that you know better. What I understood community policing is that with the help of the civilians, with the help of the residents, you investigate and take their input. Or periodically you have meetings and try to get the feedback on what all is happening. So that is which is more appropriate? Please advise me.
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, I think every leader in this community has me on speed dial or on text. So including yourself. If anyone needs to get a hold of me, they will get a hold of me and I will answer. Or I will answer the text, I will answer the message, and I will look into things. You know, community policing is, I want all of our members to be approachable. I want people to be able to come and talk to us and be confident that they're going to get a proper response. And if they don't, then I want to know about it. So, you know, we do also have a community policing unit that's doing things all over the place with the community. The survey that we do for these policing priorities is another thing. I want to know what the community thinks is important. I've worked in small communities in, for example, Northern Labrador, where no one ever told me how they want to be policed. And it's not good. I need to know what are the priorities. I hope that answered your question.
Thank you very much. There are multiple more questions. I don't want to waste your time and of the entire council. I would request you for some time. Any of your supervisors can explain me these things. They are small questions. Okay, the administration has prepared a very nice presentation for us to know many things. Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome anytime.
Councillor Benjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you, Chief Superintendent Matt. My comments would refer a lot to the presentation done that you did yesterday during the business crime reduction initiatives. I'm just wondering what we can do, and that was really excellent, and I'm glad I made it there. There were a few points that were made that interest me, that I also think I would like my colleagues, Mayor and everyone to know about. The quick wins that I think we can do downtown. Those were the things that caught my attention last night. Street lighting, lighting the alleys, the type of, the analysis that the lady talked about from SEPTED, about even the types of lightings that we have. So I think there are some things that we might not even need to spend a lot of money. So I'm hoping maybe we can get more information, and I would like for us to see what we can do about that. We also, a lot of lessons about what the businesses could also do to help us with the crime reduction downtown. And I believe a lot of community engagement and public education would need to happen, because I learned a lot myself, and I know that the businesses that were there learned a lot, but there were not too many of them. So I'm hoping maybe we'll go door knocking or whatever system to get these messages out. So just that's for first part of my question or comment.
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, I was talking with Celeste Bensmiller, who was the expert who was up here doing that presentation yesterday, and I think that them and K Division are more than willing to continue with this if businesses are interested, because that expertise is there. And she did say that she would be interested in maybe doing some training or sitting down with businesses and actually looking at a couple individual businesses if they were interested. So also she gave me the plans for some other communities where she did SEPTED in and what they did in those communities. So I have that as well. So I think this is something we could have further discussions on, and especially, maybe through the Chamber of Commerce, but maybe even with individual businesses. It might be easier to go that way or through council, but just trying to figure out the big picture, how we would do that. I think the resources are available.
Okay. Thank you, and I think it's important that council gets some information so we can all be clear as to how we can support whatever the next steps are to especially those quick wins that we can work on. So I don't know if that would be, yes.
Through the chair to Councillor Benjoko, we also have been, our community policing group has been actually going out to individual businesses. They've been providing them Protect DNA kits. They've been having conversations with them. There is also a crime prevention booklet that has been created, which includes information about CEPTED and how they can connect with the community policing. That's been shared with our local businesses. It's been shared with the Chamber of Commerce, and anyone else who has any interest in any of that information can email the community policing at rmwb.ca, and we can get that information all out to support them as well. And also a note that the RCMP are at all of the neighborhood community engagements that the municipality is putting on. They collaborate with our RCMP, and we send out members who are on the street to hear from the community and each and all of the citizens at that level as well, to make sure the community has that input.
Thank you. And then the lightning analysis, the lady said that it could be done even for at no charge, if I remember correctly. And that could be as simple as maybe the type of lights that we have downtown. So if we could get those kind of information across.
Through the chair to Councillor Benjoko, absolutely, we can get that right away.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Majoko. And also, I think any of the meetings we've had with the small businesses with the chamber, I think after that meeting, that's all shared with all the members of the Chamber of Commerce. Those kind of minutes and the slides we've done with Deanne's team as well.
Yeah.
Councilor Boussier? Oh, sorry, Councilor Majoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. So I know a lot of information is being shared through the chair to the chair. I'm now thinking of we need to start taking some concrete steps, and I heard a lot of things that could be done immediately, and that's why I said maybe we need to get those information, look at them and see what we can do. When they were showing the city, when they showed the city that with very poor lighting, and I just said, that looks like us. So, but and I didn't know it could be some few changes that would turn things around. So I strongly want to see that we get this information.
For sure. Thanks, Councilor Majoko.
Thank you.
Councilor Boussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman. Through the chair to the presenters. I think it was 2022, council approved some additional funding for, I think, 6 members and 4 peace officers. And you may have answered part of that question to the mayor, but were we able to fill the 6 positions?
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, yes, those positions are filled.
Okay, and then we had 4, I think, peace officers or bylaw, was it?
That's correct. We were able to fill those 4.
Okay, so I guess my question would be, is there any appetite for more officers, or?
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, there's always appetite for more officers. However, we are working quite well with what we have right now as well. So
through the chair, so how do we compare to other communities when it comes to your shift watch, or like the staff complement on a shift? Like how many members are per shift? Are we like 50, 60, 30?
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, we have 25 on each watch. 4 watches, 24-hour policing, and that's the uniform front line.
Okay, and then how would that compare to? I know it's hard to compare McMurray to other communities, but like a Grand Prairie or Medicine Hat, or?
You know, Grand Prairie, Red Deer are comparable in size. Right now, I believe we're the largest detachment in Alberta.
Okay, no problem. Well, let us know if you need more officers or more money. The citizens on patrol. You mentioned it's not in place here. So if there was an appetite to start something, is like, how does that happen?
If there's an appetite to start it, then basically someone can just reach out to community policing, or start with me if you want, and I will start setting that up. So it's supposed to become a completely community-based organization, but we can definitely get it started. And then, of course, I would still want a member to meet with them once in a while and have discussions as to if they're doing it right, if it's safe, all those things, hotspots. Lots of things can be discussed, but definitely it's something we could establish here quite easily.
Okay, and just final question, and it just goes back to the additional policing. Now, part of it, I think the purpose was more presence in the rural with the additional officers and maybe a bit more presence in the school zones. How do you measure that? Like, I mean, I live downtown and I watch people rip down Hospital Street constantly, and yet I don't see a whole lot of patrol happening. You might see the odd time, but like, how do we know that it's actually happening?
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, I can tell you right now, besides our traffic units, that now there's been more measures put on the uniform watch members to actually produce more traffic work. Inspector Switzer is my new operations inspector. He and I have had lots of discussions with the team. He's very engaged. And I can tell you that even the last few days with me driving around, I'm seeing more traffic stops, which I like. And now, because you're right, I drive around sometimes in my own vehicle and people are just ripping past me and I'm like, what's going on here? Where are my people? Yeah. So this is something that's definitely close to my heart. We're working on it. Downtown, you're going to see more presence starting May 1st, and that will run for several months as a start to see how that looks. So I think you're going to see some changes coming up here pretty soon.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Boussier. Councilor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you for the presentation. I believe you're aware of the upcoming community engagements in the rural south.
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud, yes, we are, and we've been present at every one of those that have come up so far throughout the region, and we will continue to do that.
Yes, I just want to thank the RCMP for attending those rural community meetings and being available to answer questions and concerns. It's well appreciated, and even when you come on short notice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Stroud. Do you have any other questions from council? Councilor Cardinal?
Well, wellness checks. I noticed that that was one of the lowest things on that chart for just checking on the community members. I was involved with a couple wellness checks here just because of some things that happened in our community. I went and took it upon myself to be able to go and check on the community members that were struggling. I just feel that number is kind of low. I'm just wondering, like, the wellness check just going, is it because you get a call from Child and Family Services that you go? Or is it just out of the officer's own discretion that they go? Or do they give direction from their leadership to actually follow a basis of wellness checks? I just thought I'd ask that.
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, I mean, even this morning, we have, every Tuesday, we have an ops meeting with all of my supervisors and unit heads. And so this last week, we had 28 mental health calls, right? We had 6 well-being calls. So that's why we put together that police and crisis team in the detachment. I have 2 nurses and 2 RCMP members work as teams of joint together that go to mental health calls, because the calls have risen over the last 3 years more and more and more in this community. So, if you're talking about wellness checks, well-being checks, if we get a call, we're going to respond and just make sure that things are okay, because sometimes we get those calls, right? And then if I can get my PAC team to go to those calls, that's what I prefer, because then you have a nurse that's a mental health expert going with one of my yellow stripes. And so it's a way better combination. The use of force is minimal since we put this in place, like really minimal. It's been great. So it's a very good question, because it's really poignant to right now. Those numbers are increasing frequently. And so I hope that answers your question, Councillor. But I mean, if we get a well-being check, we're going to respond and just make sure everyone's okay. And if it's a mental health call, we're going to do the same thing.
Oh, so the well-being checks they're requested? They're requested, the well-being checks?
Yeah, usually there's
Okay.
a complainant that calls us.
Oh, okay. I thought it was just on a discretionary basis. No, okay. So
but
they
we do-
actually get the call and,
That's a
okay.
very good question too, because we do follow-up with our PAC team, does do follow-up on mental health previous calls to make sure people are doing okay. So we do some proactive things as well with that team as well.
Oh, perfect. I got a question about the cadet program. I know how well it worked in rural communities in the past, and I talked to Martina about it, and obviously Warren, great addition to the community of Fort Chipewyan. I'll talk about him later, but I did want to say that how's the cadet implementation going with rural communities lately?
So through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, the cadet program, we did do a pilot project out in the Janvier community. We had some blips that happened, but that program, the Fort McMurray Métis, is actually standing them back up, and we'll be starting back in September and opening it to all of the regions. And then in regards to Fort Chipewyan, obviously we have to do that program separate within the community through Warren, Staff Sergeant Warren. And his community. We also managed to receive some funding specifically for that program that will provide the cadets with uniforms so that there will be no discrepancy or anything against them.
Oh, perfect. Great. I've been asking about that quite a bit, and I just know how influential it is to be able to have your own community members be a part of your own community policing. Just like the program we're talking about earlier, but I do know that some of our Indigenous community members were a part of the force there, and I really felt that it was really great to see, considering the past of relationships between Child Family Services and the whole calls to action. We know about all that, and I think it's in our part as a region to be able to spearhead it even more and continue policing and have their Indigenous community members police our own community members. So thank you for that. Warren Davidson, I'd like to say that he's doing an amazing job in Fort Chip, and I really appreciate his presence in the community. He speaks with our community leadership as much as possible, and they recently got some firearms and a couple arrests there for people. So I really appreciate that, and things are really looking up for the community there. And keep on them and keep at it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cardinal. And he has actually actualized his promotion as a sergeant detachment commander there just this week. So he will be there for a while. And I'm more pleased, I think, than you are about that, because things are going well there, and I like his leadership.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cardinal. Any other questions from council? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Nicole. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Aaron. Now move on to the public hearing for land use bylaw amendments for Lot 1, Block 24, Plan 1423070 with Lot 1A, Block 24, Plan 1920676 in Parsons Creek. Before declaring the public hearing open, there is an overview of the hearing process. The public hearing will be opened, followed by an introduction of the item by administration and questions from council. We will then move into written submissions and hear verbal submissions from any speakers present, followed by questions of council. To finish, we'll hear closing statements, then the hearing will be declared closed. So I'd like to hereby declare the hearing open. I'd like to invite Amanda Haitis as well as Chinook, Planning and Development Services, please.
Good evening, members of council and administration. For the record, my name is Amanda Haitis, Director of Planning and Development Services. With me tonight is Such Chandyuk, Manager of Development Planning, and Jesse Chapkma, Planner 1. We are here this evening to present a land use bylaw amendment to rezone the 52-acre Parsons Creek commercial land, commonly known as Town Center lands. This site is vacant and ready for future commercial development. The land includes 2 lots, Lot 1, Block 24, Plan 142-3070, currently zoned as TCD, Town Center District, and Lot 1A, Block 24, Plan 192-0676, currently zoned as UE Urban Expansion District. While this current zoning allows for retail and commercial uses, they are all discretionary. This means administration has the discretion to either approve or refuse development permits, potentially creating uncertainty for prospective developers and retailers on the site or to the site. To support future development efforts and create a pro-business environment, Planning and Development is proposing a new land use district for the entire site, being C6 Large Format Retail District. This proposed zoning allows for several permitted uses, providing greater certainty to developing and marketing the site. In alignment with Council's strategic plan, which identifies local economy as one of its values, the proposed amendment will allow for increased business opportunities. Planning and Development has worked closely with the prospective developer, and they are in support of the proposed amendment. Administration recommends the proposed amendment be considered for approval. This concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. Do you have any questions from Council for Administration? Not seeing any, so great job, Amanda.
Thank you.
Do we have received any written submissions that need to be acknowledged for the record?
We have no written submissions, thank you.
And do we have any registered for verbal submissions?
We do. We have one registered delegate this evening. Kevin Wadlick.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, thank you, Jesse. Thanks, Amanda. You've been here before, Kevin, so you have 5 minutes to present. Just say your name for the record, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. My name is Kevin Wadlick. I'm President and CEO of Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo Economic Development and Tourism. I'm here today to speak favorably to this land use bylaw amendment. And I just want to acknowledge the motion earlier today. Our role and my team is committed to the direction of council and indeed uplifting the entire community for economic development. And I want to make that absolutely clear tonight. And one of our initiatives that we've been undertaking over the last several years is commercial and retail attraction. There were many questions in previous council meetings. One that immediately springs to mind is the results of 2023. Some 24 new retailers, businesses have relocated and set up shop in Fort McMurray that have benefited from the delivery of that program. Also, more than $30 million of economic impact. That is why today's land use bylaw amendment is so important, because this will accelerate that new investment growth and increase it by a factor of more than 10 times. So we're talking in hundreds of millions of dollars of new investment. This zoning change is needed to provide investor certainty and confidence in our region, and in particular in that development. We have representatives from Allard Development here with us tonight, and they're here to show commitment to this development. I want to emphasize that switching the zoning change is a positive development for this process. And the reason I say that is because the request comes from these national brand retailers, these big box stores that want to set up shop in our region. And they wouldn't ask for it if they weren't doing the diligence and spending the time, money, and effort to determine the investment opportunity and ultimately make a final investment decision. So to wrap, I encourage council to support this bylaw amendment. And this will demonstrate that Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo is truly open for business and to accelerate investment growth in our region. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Kevin. Questions, Councillor Ball?
Thank you. Through the chair. It's a difficult question that you probably can't answer, but so the land's zoned whatever it is today. We're looking for a rezoning. My question is, what happens to the value of the land? We have an agreement on the price of the previous zoning. And if the zoning changes, and I think as I heard you say, this is going to become 100 times more attractive, does it become 100 times more expensive or more valuable? I know if you sell or if you convert residential property to commercial, there's a factor in which that value of that land increases. And as I understand, we don't have an agreement in place or any kind of deposit in place on this property. So is it normal that we would rezone property in advance of the sale?
Your Worship, thank you for that question. I think I can take a stab at the answer, and perhaps my colleague from Planning and Development, Amanda Heides, can probably provide a little bit more clarity on the bringing of the value of the land to market. So we're talking about two different sets of numbers. So the investment that I'm talking about is the new money that would be spent to build structures and infrastructure in that 54-acre land. So that's hundreds of millions of dollars of investment. That effectively increases the value of the land. The land, as it is now and serviced, the zoning does not necessarily change the value. In fact, it doesn't change the value in this instance because it was brought to market with the concept of being used for large format retail. And the RFP contemplated that as a potential use. Also, the current zoning does include large format retail as a discretionary use. So the meaningful change is removing the discretionary aspect of it, in other words, the decision of council, and making it a pre-approved use of large format. This allows investors to understand that when they put money on the table and they spend money, they know that the process will take place and they won't get any surprises. This is the point of investor certainty. So it doesn't affect the value of the land, it affects the ability for the deal to actually close.
And Director Heides?
Thank you, and through the chair to the question, everything Kevin said is accurate. The existing zoning that's on the site right now is a commercial zone, and the definition of that, the Town Center District, is to provide opportunities for commercial development that serves a number of neighborhoods, and this equates to large-scale retail, commercial, and that's exactly what the zone is currently on the site. The new zone essentially takes the discretionary component out of it and opens it up to more certainty for development. Thank you.
So can I get I guess a definition of, or maybe an example of something that would be considered discretionary that, let's just say, wouldn't be approved, and then with this new zoning would be?
Sure, through the chair to the question. So the land being currently zoned with the discretionary layer, I'll call it, includes a wide range of retail uses such as community facilities, entertainment venues, essential public services, lodging, offices, restaurants, and retail stores. Those are listed as discretionary uses, and essentially municipal development officers would have the judgment to either approve or reject that type of development request or permit. By us switching it to the zone that's before you tonight, it gives more certainty and converts it to permitted uses on the site.
Okay, fair enough. So, I guess the question that didn't get answered is it common that we would change the zoning prior to the sale? Usually the developer changes it, the owner, the landowner.
Through the chair to the question, in this situation, the municipality is the landowner. We technically are the landowner. We're
selling it. We've been selling it for 10 years.
That's correct. In generality, the administration has brought land use bylaw amendments to council that aren't coming from the developer directly. Recently, we did have a lot that was at Franklin Avenue and King Street. Administration had heard of a potential development that was discussed for the site being a drive-through and gas station. The zoning that was on it previously didn't allow for that, and administration came to council proactively. The developer did not come to council, and we did that to ensure we're opening ourselves up to more business and more opportunities for economic growth in the region. We've done it recently with Corey Ridge, and we did it recently with the pet crematorium in Gregoire. So there are cases where if there's discussions being had and potential for business investment or any growth, administration, if we can, will take it to council, and that just speeds up the process, reduces red tape, and provides that customer service that we're trying to provide businesses.
Okay, fair enough. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor Dogar?
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Kevin, for your presentation, nice presentation. What I have seen and attended your tourism meetings and office also, that people are busy doing something good. But can you identify what is the gain in tourism and also some new investors that came here?
Sorry, Councilor Dogar, this is in regards to a land use bylaw change for Parsons Creek, not Buffalo Economic Development Tourism.
Not tourism and economic development? Okay.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions from council for the presenter? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Kevin. Is there anyone in the gallery else that wishes to present on this topic? Any further questions from council for administration? Councilor Boussier?
Yeah, through the chair to Amanda, I guess. First thing first, Amanda, congratulations on your new position with the RM. My question is the zoning. I think we need to be careful about the value when we're not licensed realtors to say there's no change in value. When you create certainty, having sold real estate, not commercially but residentially, I would argue respectively that there may be a perceived change in value when you create certainty on the lands we're trying to sell. But anyways, I'm not here to debate that. I guess my question is, if this was an issue, I mean, we've had the lands between us and the province for 10 years. The certainty of the zoning has probably been an issue with the prior developer and this one. And I support the zoning change. So I support the Allard proposal or our proposal, and I support changing it. I guess the question is, why does it take a year to come here? Why, if this was an issue when we negotiated the land, why didn't we deal with this in, I can't remember, was it 22 we secured the sale, or it went pending, early 23 or something? Why is it taking so long to come to council now?
To the chair, to the question. So initially, the zoning that was placed on that site came from conversations between the municipality, the province, who had hired Stantec at the time, and they created a large outline plan for the entirety of Parsons Creek during a time when there was a lot of high growth in the region and constraints for development. At the time, whoever was part of those conversations felt that by having a layer of discretionary use actually provided more open and flexible approaches to development. Since then, having conversations with the private sector, we've learned that that's actually not the case, that potential tenants actually want the certainty of a defined retail commercial zone, and that's what we're trying to align to. At the time when the current zoning was written, they were writing it based on the best information that they had available to them. And now that we're actually going through the processes and hopefully getting closer to development, we're starting to learn where those tweaks and changes need to be made in order to support the development moving forward.
Okay, so I'm just trying to reflect back on the history of this land. I mean, unfortunately, last time we tied the land up for 6 years. It didn't go anywhere, and you could probably argue the value dropped per acre. I guess we're about a year into this now. Are you able to confirm when, like how much longer due diligence is required? Is that, am I going offside with that? I'm just wondering about the timelines if we pass this tonight.
Through the chair to the question, I'm unsure if I can go through the details of deadlines, but we certainly are looking to hopefully close the land in January of 2025. And before then, there are a couple of phases for due diligence that the prospective purchaser is going through right now.
Okay, so I guess just to end the conversation, there would be no other reason for the prospective purchaser to come back for any kind of zoning, land use, or any other issues that may delay closing or the potential sale of this property. The one we're dealing with tonight will be the last one?
Through the chair to the question, in all fairness, this permit or this application has come from the municipality. Like, we've brought it forward, not the prospective purchaser. And that's based on our understanding of what the site can accommodate and how we can get development moving there as quickly as possible. And that's the whole intention of this amendment tonight, is to get this thing moving quicker.
Okay, no, I recognize that it's the RM that's bringing this change, but I'm assuming we've had lots of conversation with the purchaser or potential purchaser, and all their, I guess, concerns will be handled hopefully through this one amendment.
Through the
change of use.
Through the chair to the question, that's exactly what we're trying to achieve here.
Okay.
And we've also, we've taken the two lots, and we're using the one district, and we've worked hard to create a district, or to propose a district that will support the development that the community needs on the site, and hopefully that will move things along quicker.
Okay, and that's what I'd like to see, just move this along as quick as we can. So I do support it, and I appreciate that, Amanda. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bussier. Councilor Dogar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for giving me the opportunity. Sorry, I was out of step. Amanda is still on the floor. Thank you, Amanda, for the nice presentation, and I congratulate you for your well-deserved promotion. And I also congratulate Mayor and CEO that coming back to the policy of promoting own people. We have a lot of elite and lot of competent people in our own municipality. We must carry out career planning of the top brass, so that we promote those who have their roots and who are in decades spent time in our town. Thank you very much for the nice presentation. Thank you.
Councilor Benjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I think, so at this point, Amanda, and congrats again, has anything moved in terms of, or would CEO be able to advise? So at this point, we haven't sold the land.
I think, as Amanda can probably add to the CEO, like what we're discussing right now is just the municipalities bringing forward a land use bylaw change. Yeah, so it's not the purchaser isn't asking for this change. Our administration, our planning and development is seeing this as something that will need to be done in the future, and they're just being proactive about it.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I totally understand that. I just got that information from the discussion, and I wanted to know where we with the sale. Is it one of those that will take? I mean, I totally support the change or whatever, we'll move it forward, but I also want to know what have we done in terms of the sale?
Through the chair to the question, so there's two due diligence periods that are associated with the land sale. One is looking at the geotechnical feasibility of the development of the site, and the second is speaking with prospective retailers. And the prospective buyer is going through those movements right now and trying to sort out those two due diligence periods. We also, in terms of the land use bylaw that's before you this evening, the whole intention behind it is so that if and when the land sells, that the developer can hit the ground running and not have to wait for us to come to council, or for them to come to council with the amendment. It sets it up for hopefully a quicker construction start period.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Benjoko. Coming out of public hearing, we now have. Sorry, does administration or the applicant have anything further to add? No. I just assumed that. Now I declare the public hearing closed. Coming out of public hearing, we now have the second and third readings of bylaw number 24/004, land use bylaw amendments for Lot 1, Block 24, Plan 1423070, and Lot 1A, Block 24, Plan 1920676 in Parsons Creek for council's consideration. Can have someone now make the motion for second reading of bylaw number 24/004, land use bylaw amendments for Lot 1, Block 24, Plan 1423070, and Lot 1A, Block 24, Plan 1920676 in Parsons Creek. Councilor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that bylaw number 24/004 being a text and map amendment to the land use bylaw number 99/059 be read for a second time.
Thank you, Councilor Grandison. Thank you for the second, Councilor Bussier. Is there any other discussion, debate, or comments from council? Not seeing any, I'll call for a vote. Thank you. That's carried 8-1. Thank you. Can I have someone make the motion for the third reading? Councilor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that bylaw number 24/004 be read a third and final time.
Thank you, Councilor Benjoko. And thank you for the second, Councilor Bussier. Any other discussion, debate, points, or comments from council? Not seeing, I'll call for a vote. And that again is carried 8-1. Thank you. As a reminder, members of the public present in the gallery who wish to speak to the agenda item must register prior to legislative services. That's okay. Thank you, everyone. Can we now have the report on the off-highway vehicle pilot project plan? I'd like to invite Keith Smith, Public Works, James Semple, Public Works, and Caitlin Hanley, Legal Services, please. Whenever you're ready, Keith.
Excellent, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Keith Smith, and I'm the Director of your Public Works Division. So with me, I have James Simple, Traffic Supervisor, and Caitlin Hanley, who is Municipal Legal Counsel. We are here to present the Abisan Off-Highway Vehicle Pilot Project Plan. On November 14th, 2023, the following motion was made in Council. That administration be directed to bring forward a plan for a future pilot project that would allow for off-highway vehicle, OHV, on road direct routes to trail in Abisan. Such plan to come forward before the end of the first quarter of 2024. For the purpose of the Abisan OHV pilot project, an OHV means a motorized land vehicle predominantly used for recreational purposes on unimproved roads and trails, including side-by-sides and UTV vehicles, all-terrain vehicles that being ATVs, four-wheelers, and dirt bikes. Snowmobiles are not included in this pilot project. Initially, three-wheelers or trikes were included in the plan. However, it has since been confirmed that these vehicles are not legal to be used on public roadways. In response, administration established an interdepartmental working group to assess existing regulations, benchmark similar bylaws, and propose improvements for responsible OHV use, striking a balance between promoting OHV recreation and safeguarding community spaces and infrastructure. Research was conducted on 6 communities within Alberta and across the country, serving as benchmarks. The working group consulted several guiding documents, that being the Provincial Alberta Traffic Safety Act and the RMWB 2022 Urban Service Area OHV Strategic Plan. Concurrently, close collaboration with the Wood Buffalo Recreation Riders Association provided valuable insights into the priorities of regular OHV users and local trail enthusiasts. The current method of accessing OHV trails is by trailering your OHV to designated staging areas. This method faces challenges as some OHV users seeking proximity and convenience access unauthorized areas such as multi-use trails and green spaces. This raises concerns about public and rider safety, damage to infrastructure, and other associated risk. The 2022 Urban Service Area OHV Strategic Plan recommends a feasibility study for following OHVs on public roadways, supported by 89% of the approximately 2,200 surveyed respondents. The pilot project aims to implement this recommendation, permitting residents and Abisan to access the staging areas from their homes via public roadways. This would eliminate the need to trailer your OHV from home to the staging area. Legally permitting and regulating this activity requires a new bylaw. In alignment with Council's November 2023 motion, the OHV pilot project, along with all pertinent stipulations, will exclusively apply within the community of Abisan, Fort McMurray. The proposed pilot project, if approved, will open the door to a multitude of potential opportunities for and potential impacts to the Abisan community. These opportunities and impacts include, but are not limited to, feedback from community members, local businesses, and other stakeholders. It also presents an opportunity to educate the public through workshops and outreach programs, collection of valuable data that can inform future decision-making, for example, OHV usage patterns or numbers, identify challenges early that may arise pertaining to safety, noise, and legal concerns. OHV on roadways presents new risks to OHV users, pedestrians, and other roadway users. Launching in a specific area allows us to identify and assess risk and safety concerns on a smaller scale. The temporary nature of the project allows for flexibility in adjusting or even discontinuing the initiative if unforeseen challenges or negative impacts emerge. New and diverse recreational possibilities for residents to explore natural landscapes and enjoy outdoor activities. And in addition to the above, a successful pilot project could present Fort McMurray as an attractive destination for individuals seeking a well-rounded lifestyle. As with any new initiative, there is a possibility of challenges and undesirable impacts. As mentioned, safety is of the utmost importance, and we'll be closely monitoring this. Enforcement of regulations during the pilot project may be challenging, and non-compliance issues could emerge, requiring additional resources for monitoring and law enforcement. Additionally, OHV use on roadways from trails may increase the amount of dust, dirt, and debris on roadways, resulting in an increased need for sweeping and flushing of our roads. In order to operate an OHV on public roadway in Abisan, the following will be required by OHV users. OHVs must be registered vehicle, basic auto insurance as a minimum, license plate must be attached securely to the front or to the rear of the vehicle so that it's clearly visible, and one must have a Class 5 driver license in order to operate on a roadway. Safety requirements will be captured in the corresponding bylaw. Some more notable safety requirements include helmets, unless the OHV has a rollover protection, seatbelt if equipped, turn signals or arm signals, brake lights, headlights, and a manufacturer muffler, meaning no modifications. Our working group followed the Traffic Safety Act and took into consideration community OHV bylaws when developing operating rules for help to guide the pilot project. Passengers are permitted if the vehicle is designed by the original manufacturer to carry passengers. OHVs are not permitted to utilize car seats, therefore passengers under the age of 6 are not permitted following the Alberta Child Safety Seat laws. It is important to note that the manufacturer's specifications may supersede this age limit. OHVs may only stop at the gas station for the purpose of fueling the OHVs, and they are only permitted to access public roads and designated OHV staging areas. While operating on municipal roadways, OHVs must adhere to posted speed limits, traffic laws, and obey all traffic control devices. Green spaces, parks, pedestrian trails, and sidewalks will remain prohibited. On-street parking for OHVs is also prohibited. OHV operation will strictly comply with any applicable provincial and municipal restrictions and bans. OHVs are not permitted on municipal roadways before the hours of 7 a.m. or after 10 p.m., Monday through Friday, or before 9 a.m. or after 10 p.m. on Saturday, Sunday, or statutory holidays. This is in alignment with the NICE regulations contained in Part 4 of the Regional Municipality of Wood Buffalo Community Standards Bylaw. The following will be used to achieve the objectives outlined in this slide, which is the compliance strategy. Traffic stops on municipal property in high pedestrian areas will enable officers to detect and respond to contraventions of the municipal's bylaw or provincial statutes or regulations. Directed enforcement will focus on areas which have been heavily reported or identified as areas of concern for unauthorized OHV use. Added attention will be given to green spaces, schools, and playgrounds. Safety and quality of life infractions are focused efforts on identifying and responding to OHV infractions that impact public or user safety, with the infraction may negatively impact quality of life. Communications will focus on public engagement regarding safety, compliance, and respectful riding. The communication approach will include a mix of printed mailouts to Abyssinian residents and businesses, targeting advertising, and social media. Highly visible signage will be installed throughout Abyssinian and at key locations. We will aim to work with the Riders Association to get user-generated social media content for respectful riding, and will adjust our messaging as needed, depending on what bylaw and the pilot project group is hearing. The goal for engagement is to effectively introduce the off-highway pilot program, obtain feedback from Indigenous partners and community stakeholders, and establish a baseline to measure success over time. Phase 1 involves a targeted workshop where participation feedback is considered and helps evaluate the effectiveness of the proposed bylaw. Phase 2 will launch online public engagement where participation will help measure the success. Phase 3 will consist of a public hearing. Phase 4 will launch the goal to evaluate the progress. And in Q1 of 2026, prior to the bylaw expiring, Phase 5 will launch. This will be the last round of online public engagement and will inform administration's recommendation to council to amend, extend, or permit expiry of the OHV program. Key deliverables for this pilot project include a comprehensive project plan, including safety guidelines, maps of the approved areas, a monitoring and enforcement plan, a communications plan, engagement plan, and finally, a final report. Each key deliverable is thoughtfully designed to ensure the safety and accountability of the pilot program, contributing to a well-executed initiative. In conclusion, the OHV pilot program is set to be active for 2 years duration, from June 24 to June of 26. Numerous engagement sessions are planned. Engagement, feedback, safety, enforcement data, inquiry data, and infrastructure inspections will be reviewed. And following the evaluation of the pilot project, the working group will make a recommendation to council, again, to amend, extend, or expire of the OHV program. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for providing us this opportunity to present this pilot project, and we welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you, Keith. Councillor Dogar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, presenters. Nice presentation. Always great to hear Keith Smith and his group. My question is, about the economy. How does it affect the economy? There is a word used, and then the second question with this is routes. There are certain routes which are noisy. Do you plan something to make detours or change certain routes? And the third part is partnership. How do you develop partnership with the community? It is written in the presentation.
Through the Chair, Councillor Dogar, your first question regarding the economy, it will increase the OHV usage in Abyssinian, which again will increase gas usage in the community, and also at the same time it will encourage that use. So any type of purchasing or any use of infrastructure in Abyssinian, so it encourages people to come to Abyssinian and use those amenities. Your second question, with regards to this pilot, what the plan is that any resident of Abyssinian will drive or their vehicles to the staging area, and from that staging area to the trails. So any and all roads within Abyssinian are particular to that route. So they will all be used. Your third question, I can't recall.
It's a partnership with the community.
Yeah. So in order for this to be successful, not only do we have to be partnerships within the municipality with bylaw, with legal, with Public Works. Also, we're in partnership with the association, who will speak shortly, and also with our Alberta government partners, with the RCMP, with almost every stakeholder that's involved within our community will have to be a part of this in order for it to be successful, including our Indigenous stakeholders.
Okay. Thank you. The first question, economy, you gave how the revenue will come up, but at the same time, certain expenses would be there on the bylaw officers or those who enforce the discipline.
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, at this point in time, it will be regular, patrols. We don't see, again, this is a pilot, so it's a small scale execution to see if it actually will work. There's no increase in bylaw or RCMP at this time. What we're looking at, we do look at for dollar value is signage. We will have a sign that talks about you are now entering Abasan OHV pilot program. There will be signage at the staging area and once you leave. So there's a cost associated to that. And we've also put in the plan where there may be extra sweeping in the area just because of dirt from the trails. But that's the cost that we foresee at this point in time.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councillor Dogar. Councillor Grandison?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. First and foremost, thank you. Looks like, some good work and certainly an outcome that I was hoping for when this started. And just for the sake of my colleagues' questions, a lot of the people that are using this are already the people in Abasans that are doing this. They'll just be doing it legally now as opposed to illegally. And hopefully we'll attract more people to do it legally and come to Abasans and actually use the staging area properly. So that's part of the hopes. My question is, and I'm going back in my mind to when I was driving my ATV, I remember my insurance coverage was that I could cross a highway, but I had to go directly from one side of the highway to the other side of the highway. I couldn't drive on the highway. Otherwise, my insurance wouldn't cover. So have we, in exploring this, have we actually looked? Because the one thing I know about insurance companies is they love to not pay when the opportunity exists. And unless the language is very clear, I would be concerned that we would allow this and then, an ATV owner hit one of our signs and there was an insurance claim and they went, no, you're not allowed to drive on the highway or on the road.
Through the chair to Councillor Grandison, I'll allow Caitlin to supplement my answer. However, I think the onus is on the ATV, the OHV rider to determine if their insurance will indeed cover them on the roadway. I know for me personally, I do use my OHV in Anzac, and there is a bylaw in Anzac, and I did check with my insurance, and it does allow it as long as the county, as they put it, allows it. However, the onus, and it will be in the bylaw and in the plan, the onus is on the operator to take on that risk.
Which is great. I'm going back many years where that may not have been the case. So.
And through the chair to Councillor Grandison, just to further expand on what was shared with you by Mr. Smith, we did consult with our insurance services department, and they reached out to a number of brokers and had some conversations just to confirm that the insurance product is available. But I think it will be an important piece when it comes to what we do to educate the public about the requirements of the program, that they need to be mindful that their insurance requirements meet the requirement in the pilot bylaw.
Okay, perfect. Excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through the chair, thank you, Dr. Smith, for the presentation. I'm excited about this pilot program. I guess my just one question is, why did we not consider snowmobiles as part of the program? Since how it's 2 years and going over 2 winter seasons, why was it not considered as part of the program?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel. Again, a pilot is a small scale project to see if it can be executed at large scale. And when we looked at this, and if you have any familiarity with snow machines, on pavement, there is no steering. So that's why at this point in time, we did not include it in the pilot. We did benchmark other places. Some do include snow machines, but it's depending if the trail itself is only snow machines only. Snow machines and OHV trails don't really mix. OHVs ends up tearing up the winter trails, and it's not a good combination. So no, it'd be too high risk at this point in time. That allows no machines on pavement.
Sounds good. Great,
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Weigel. Councilor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you for the presentation, Keith. Regarding the research and review of the pilot projects in the 6 other communities, were they successful, and what was their biggest obstacle? Thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud, before I let James talk about the comparisons, because he did most of the benchmarking, it's been my experience that they were indeed successful. I do know the one in Corner Brook, Newfoundland, was very successful. It's been 5 years running. It brings a lot to the community, and they themselves are very proud of that program. I don't know if James would have anything to add regarding the benchmarking.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Stroud. Like he said, the conversations that we did have with the other groups that did, we didn't speak to all of them, but through conversations with Corner Brook, Chestermere, Yellowhead County, they were all successful. Chestermere said they were quite successful, Corner Brook as well. Yellowhead County was only gravel road, so it didn't really kind of compare to what we're doing, but successful as well. So yeah, well received by the community, well received by the riders.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Stroud. Councilor Ball?
Thank you, through the chair. My question is about hours of use. I noticed it was 7 to 10 during the week and 9 to 10 on the weekends and stats. Is that correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, absolutely. It's to align with the community standards bylaw.
So why is that? What's the main purpose of operating between those hours?
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, that's a great question. And actually, James and I talked about this, but now before the council meeting. When we looked at the rural bylaws, we have 3 in place. They have time limits, and I do believe that half that we benchmarked had time limits. But at the same time, our discussion was around, should there be time limits? Because if there's no modification to mufflers, your neighbor down the street with a Harley or Duramax will be 10 times louder, 24 hours per 7. So that's one of those things, whereas, we were a little bit more cautious at the beginning with the pilot. If there's a rationale or reason to pull that back and tweak it, definitely we could. But I'm in agreement with you. It can be changed. Right. Yeah.
I didn't say to change it. I was just asking why. And don't pick on Duramaxes. They're not noisy. It's those Cummins that are noisy. And I mean, that's where I'm at. I assumed it was relative to noise levels. And if you're not allowed to modify your exhaust, and these new machines out there are super quiet, and every Cummins on the planet is significantly louder, and every Harley is 10 times louder.
Point of order.
Yeah, they can drive easy, and you got a whole bunch of them.
Can't do with Harleys.
and they can drive on the road 24/7. So it doesn't make sense to me to be restricting it. And I mean, I'd be up to changing it right now, simply because the exhaust is dealt with by saying that it's no modified exhausts versus, I mean, I think about people that go out on the weekend, if they're going to go out fishing or, or whatever, they're not waiting until 9 o'clock to go. They want to go at 6 a.m. and 5 a.m. the sun's up, gone. So it seems to me like we should probably be extending those hours versus restricting them.
So through the chair to Councillor Ball, I can say this was something that was actually very hotly debated as well by the working group. Everybody sort of had different views on this one. And I think the recommendation that was put forward has been put forward recognizing that there may still be some residents in Abasand or the municipality more broadly who have concerns about this pilot project. We decided to go with the more restrictive requirement and match it up with what's in the community standards bylaw. But it was sort of something we expected that council might want to discuss now, and that there may be a resolution that would come out of this discussion that will result in a direction to draft the bylaw without any time restrictions. Because as you pointed out, there are motorcycles that are typically, we're all used to them at 4 in the morning when somebody's revving their vehicle or warming it to get out to site on their motorcycle. And again, I think from a safety perspective, this requirement was not put in place. It was strictly from a nuisance perspective. Because I mean, it gets dark here at 4 or 5 p.m. in the summer, or in the winter rather. So there are other requirements like lights that would account for that.
No, fair point. I mean, I think we're making each vehicle have a couple of headlights on them and so on. So we've covered that stuff off. So I support this. I mean, I'm been pushing for this for quite some time. So quite happy that we're here, and good job. Let's extend those hours. That's my only comment.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor Banjoko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. My question is, why Abasan for the pilot project? What did you consider, and did you work with the community, or was it just a convenient choice? If I were to be asked that question as a councillor, I would like to have an answer, because most of the things they've asked for in the past has not been done. And I don't think this is the most exciting thing for most regular people. So I just want to know.
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, I will give my response, and I will allow the chair to respond to it as well. Abasan is a community that is isolated. It has a more of a boundary. It's heavily used right now by OHVs. It has a state-of-the-art staging area that we just recently finished that is more than capable, and it has access to green space, and it's well used. So that's kind of why we use that as the pilot.
I thank you for the answer. I also asked if we got the community buy-in, or is this being pushed to them?
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, as was mentioned before, the community itself is already doing this. This is kind of giving them the opportunity and to increase it. However, when we did do the engagement, I do believe that 8.9%, I believe it was 8.9% of the respondents was from Abasan. So we did get community engagement from that, from the original 2022 strategic plan.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Banjoko. Do we have any other questions from council? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Keith. Thank you, Jeff. Do we have any delegates for this item?
We do have registered delegates, Mr. Mayor. We have
Johnny.
We have Jason Mills joining us via Teams, and Jonathan Feener, who's with us this evening from Wood Buffalo Recreation Riders Association.
Super. So, John, if you just want to say your name for the record, and you just have 5 minutes to present, please.
Just for the record, my name is Jonathan Feener. I'm director with Wood Buffalo Recreation Riders Association. Jason is back there somewhere online.
Jason Mills, if you guys can hear me. A little under the weather today, so under quarantine today.
I really don't have a whole lot to say. Keith did a great job in presenting everything, all the information. It's more or less just want to thank you guys for the work you put in and given us the opportunity to have a say and work together with you guys. And just to clarify, I mean, any information that myself or Jason gave you or feedback didn't just come from me and Jason. It came from the 5,000 plus members that we have. So they deserve just as much credit as everyone else.
Thanks, Johnny. Do you have anything to add, Jason?
Yeah, no, just thanks. Like the past year, been in association for 1 year and 3 days to date. So just working together and taking our feedback and trusting us with our knowledge, really working through the steps to get us to where we're at today. When we look at Abasan, and I was asked like why there, like I think Keith pretty much summed it up, but it is a heavily ATV used area. There's a lot of trails back there. I just recently made our group registered with the Alberta Off-Highway Association and registered over 100 kilometers of trail that I'm hoping to get approved within the next 8 months. So that'll be like a link to this pilot project. So that's kind of new off the press for you guys there. Just working with Alberta government on that. So, and other groups have reached out to me as well. The fire teams, Alberta Fire, Alberta Rescue, you know, they all want to work together and use the page as a communication tool for anything to do with safety. So no, I think you guys did a good job with the working group and did all your due diligence. You gathered your data, and you know, you made it safe for the residents and for the riders. So in the long run, if we get everyone on the roads, and you guys will save some money on some green belt reclamation there. So I know the ATVs are tearing up the green belt there behind the Cineplexes there, but we'll hopefully we'll get them all on the road.
Perfect.
But no, that's pretty much all I got there. Thank you.
Hey, thanks, Jason, and thanks, Johnny. Do you have any questions from council? Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and to the presenter. Do you think the hours are fair?
No, like mentioned, I think we can make some adjustments there. Like most guys ride a little bit later than that, or some guys ride a little bit early. So I think there's some room for improvement there for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Do you have any other questions from council? Councillor Cardinal.
Thanks, Mayor. I think this question's for Keith, or no, the actual working group. I guess consideration was obviously taken for the people that didn't really want this to go on. That's kind of why you got the hours where you got them, right? Or I guess, Keith, or...
They were just going off the original bylaw hours.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Cardinal. Where the hours came from is that it was due to the bylaw, but it's also in the rural bylaws for OHV. So Fort Chipewyan has a bylaw, Sapper Creek has a bylaw, and GLE and ANZAC, and they have a restriction. And as well, I believe 3 to 5 of the benchmark cities that we did had a restriction. So again, with the pilot, is to be overly cautious at the beginning, and we can always pull it back.
Perfect. I'd like to make a motion to change it.
I know one question that came
Sorry,
up.
Councillor Carter, go ahead, Jason.
Oh, sorry about that. One topic that came up, because when I did hear in our last draft review of this bylaw, where it's going to be a 2-year bylaw, there was talks about possibly further changes as we go if things are going well, like say in 6 months from now, like next, we'll say November 2024. I believe there's still some chance we can make some adjustments or possibly expansions to this area.
Hey, thanks, Jason. Do you have any other questions for Jason or Johnny? I'm not seeing any, so thanks, Johnny. Thanks, Jason.
Thanks.
And thanks for everything you guys are doing with the group. It's great.
Thanks.
Councillor Grant.
I got one more question.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Ball.
Yeah, I just want for administration, and I guess it's about this timeline. Obviously, enforcement is going to be an issue, and you know, we've started to discuss changing the times already. How are we going to enforce 10 o'clock or whatever the time was when we already know it's a question mark? I kind of think it might be a good idea to make that revision prior to doing it later. You know what I mean? Like, it's already a question mark, and I think if somebody gets a ticket at 10:02, they're going to say, well, council was already talking about this, and they'd be right.
So through the chair to Councillor Ball, enforcement was actually something that was kind of considered here when we decided to put the hours in place. It's a lot harder to catch somebody making noise when they're on an OHV and violating the noise bylaw than it is to just enforce a prohibition during a certain period of time. So that was kind of the rationale behind it. But having said that, it is still something that would generally be complaints-based, or that an officer or bylaw officer would happen to be up there and would observe it and then would engage in a traffic stop potentially. So it wouldn't necessarily be the easiest thing to enforce.
That'd be quite easy. You just sit there at 10:02 because they all come up to the staging area. There's only a couple of trails that come back up that hill. They all got to come through a pinch point. So you're going to get them. So it's just a question. If it's something that we're considering, we should either consider it or kill it, one or the other at today.
Thanks, Councillor Ball. And I think there may be a motion coming forward that may include that.
Okay.
Do you have any other questions for administration? Can I have someone make the motion? Councillor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that the off-highway vehicle pilot project plan dated April 9, 2024 be approved with the time limit of operation being removed.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. Thank you for the second, Councillor Ball. Do we have any other debate, discussion, or comments from council? Councillor Cardinal?
No, thank you, Alan, for this. And I just wanted to mention, if I'm out hunting and I want to come home late and have a big load and get back at 1 o'clock in the morning, I don't want to be ticketed. No, good, thanks. Yeah, that's what you can see in Dave's eyes.
Thank you, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this motion is saying there shouldn't be any time limit. It will be 24 hours. Is this compatible to what we have in other places? That's my question.
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, it isn't. Although having said that, the time limits in the other various rural bylaws are also not aligned with the time limits in the community standards bylaw. So they do vary by community.
Thank you. Back to you again. Oh, I don't know. I have to say through the chair to you. My question is, in RMWB, do we have the free ride for 24/7, or this will be the first one? Because I'm hearing, I believe my colleague is saying there shouldn't be any time limit. I just want to confirm that this has been done before and is doable, and people won't complain, because some people also want to get some sleep. I've heard a lot of complaints about noise.
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, I can comment that the bylaw for Anzac and Gregoire Lake has a time limit of 7 a.m. to midnight. The hours of operating an off-highway vehicle in Fort Chip are 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Sapri Creek, the hours of operating an off-highway vehicle are 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. Sapri Creek are 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. And then the only other off-highway vehicle bylaw is for the urban service area, and right now it prohibits it entirely. So they aren't consistent. But I can confirm from a legal perspective that we do have the authority to allow it 24 hours a day under the Traffic Safety Act. And so we can draft the bylaw that way if that's what council wants. We would still be able to enforce, in theory, where the noise bylaw or the noise provisions of the community standards bylaw are violated. Although, as I mentioned earlier, there are sometimes challenges with enforcing that, given the nature of a moving vehicle and measuring sound.
Okay. With your answer, I would like to ask if Councillor Gradison would consider changing that to the maximum that we have in the region, which is, I think, is 8 a.m. to 12 midnight, from all the examples that you gave.
So actually, I wouldn't. My motion is, as we've already discussed, we have 3/4-ton trucks that make more noise than an ATV. We have all kinds of vehicles in our community that make, and we don't regulate them. This bylaw is actually regulating ATVs to not have modified exhaust systems, to have proper safety equipment. So in my mind, this is actually making it better, not worse. It's already happening. I lived in Abisan, and I can tell you, I left at 5 o'clock in the morning when I went hunting, not at 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock in the morning. I had to already be out there by daylight. So at the end of the day, they're already going. This, in my mind, actually should reduce the noise that's already happening, and that's the reason I put it in there is, you know, I live on Bell Crescent downtown, and I can tell you I have neighbors whose diesel Cummins, as my colleague pointed out, are significantly louder than any of the ATVs. So that's the reason I put no reason. I'm wanting to encourage people to get better, to not modify their machines and actually proactively use this to the benefit of the region. So that's the reason I would like the motion to stand the way I did it.
Well, I don't understand how that makes, maybe I don't understand it. My belief is that operating the OHV generally causes some noise.
Well, but operating a truck causes some noise, operating a motor. We don't modify, Mr. Mayor made a point, we don't stop somebody in Abisan's getting on their Harley at 4 o'clock in the morning and going downtown. So we're going to say you can drive your Harley and you can drive your diesel truck, but you can't drive your ATV that's 3 times more quiet. That doesn't make any sense to me. We're creating problems where none exist at the moment, in my mind.
In your mind.
You smirked over there.
I don't drive.
Through the chair. This is a pilot project. So we, you know, it's an opportunity for us to see how it goes. We've got a couple of years, and the likes of, we don't really want to restrict everybody else because there might be 1 or 2 bad actors. We can deal with those 1 or 2 bad actors, and then, as the pilot project goes along, we can see if we get lots of complaints for noise, then we can revisit this and come back to it. I think it's a good idea to open it up now, and then we can see how it goes through the pilot project period, and then make changes as we need to.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Benjoko.
Thank you.
Councilor Ball.
Thank you. Through the chair, it's just maybe some clarification for Councilor Benjoko. The bylaw is for them to go from their home to the staging area. This isn't for them to do laps of Abasand on the roads, right? That's not what the usage is meant for. It's meant to go from your point of origin to get yourself off to the trails. So, you know, no different than the mayor jumping on his Harley and making a bunch of noise. I mean, how many Harleys did we ticket for noise violation in the last 10 years? Probably not very many.
I'm not going to do that.
Just saying.
Thank you, Councilor Ball. Councilor Cardinal?
Well, I just wanted to say that for clarification, Funky, it's not as close as we think to. It's probably a couple hundred yards away from the houses, I believe, in the staging area. Yeah. So it's not right, like the house is just not right next door. It's kind of ways a bit out. So let's move it.
Thank you, Councilor Cardinal. Do you have any other comments, Councilor Bajoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I just want to say I've been outnumbered. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bajoko. And again, I don't see anybody's light on or anything, but I do fully support this, and I want to thank the OHV working group, and thank administration for all the work they've done. I know when we started this, it was almost a hard no, and working together with the community and administration, we came to something that would work. Just recently, the community of Vernon actually opened it up everywhere in Vernon for OHVs to travel with similar restrictions. And again, we talk about the timelines that are in place right now for the rural. Some places, there's no rule in there for modification of exhaust. So there is a noise issue, could be a noise issue there that we're not going to experience in Abassan with a restriction on modifications on exhaust. So I'm completely in support of this. I hope my council colleagues will be as well. And with that, I don't see any more lights on. I'll call for a vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. And right now, let's take a 10-minute break for everyone. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. If there's no objections from my council, I'm going to ask if we defer the rest of the items to the next meeting or a special meeting in the near future. I don't see any objections, so I'll adjourn the meeting for tonight. So then the meeting is adjourned now at 10:21. Have a good weekend. Enjoy your week, everyone.
Thank you.